Japan, guys.
Yeah. You might be on here the giant in Japan.
Regular.
Yeah, I'm gonna tour with you to Japan. I love it. Nice.
This is gonna be awesome. I'm gonna take over.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit in a chair. My legs are gonna touch the ground. Fucking sweet.
Daisuke, what is your favorite American cuisine? And when you translate, Michael, talk into the microphone.
Sorry.
Just say it. Ask them. Into the microphone. See what the fuck I'm talking about? It's amazing.
Please say pussy.
Fluent fucking Japanese.
So, food trucks or Mexican food. I love Mexican food. I love it. But I don't like cilantro,
No, wait, what? He does that so much.
Cilantro.
Neither do I.
I hate cilantro. The smell taste, especially pronunciation.
Okay, the Jordan would like a fucking word with you.
Yeah. Pronunciation is fuck cilantro. Cilantro, I hate the LR sounds.
What is your favorite thing to eat when you're in Japan?
Japan?
Favorite Japanese cuisine?
Sushi.
Yeah. He doesn't understand it if he just used to have to do Italian on him. Sushi. It's a Japanese cuisine. I speak a fluent Japanese.
You like nigiri?
Onigiri, yeah, onigiri.
Yeah, nigiri.
I like shrimp.
Shrimp.
Why'd you look at his penis?
You are what you eat.
Do you have any Japanese or American comedians that you looked up to or that got you into comedy?
Great question, Red Band. A rare, unbelievably great question.
Yeah, so, Japanese comedian.
Yeah.
So, but Japanese comedian, downtown, so very famous comedian. But so America is so different. So, 5 years ago, I watched on YouTube, George Carlin.
Georgie Carlin.
George Carlin! Who is comedian? And then I decided to come to America. Yeah, because of George Carlin.
I love that. That's a great answer from a great question. I'm going to hand for Red Band Anthony. Let me ask you this, Michael, because I'm curious. How many of these kamikazes did you bring with you to kill Tony today?
Including Kansai, 5.
Okay, very good. So there might be
Next door.
I love it. There might be more selected later, but I'm very glad to meet you, Daisuke.
Is there any females in the group?
Yeah. Yes.
Really? There is?
I love Gideon.
Daisuke, I'm going to give you a big Kill Tony joke, but I want to make it a good one here. There you go, my friend. Boom. How about a hand for the Kill Tony debut? Thank you. Oh, yeah. Are you here on Thursday?
Yeah.
Why don't you invite him to the...
Moon Tower Week.
So what the fuck does that...
Moon Tower owns the
Oh my God, you sold out to that.
No. I just picked people like Jeremiah
Got it.
Mar Brothers.
Oh, got it. It's very exciting for the show. It's amazing you can't give this guy fucking 5 minutes, but okay. Yep, go ahead.
So, from tomorrow, we will start our tour around the world, around the America. Please, Instagram, check me, Daisuke Muramoto.
And just to make sure, your Instagram
Also, Tokyo.
is DAISUKE.
Yeah. So, no, MURA, Muramoto Daisuke. Okay. Okay, see you one day.
Yeah, I like your style, buddy. Oh yeah, there it is. Miramoto Daisuke 1125. If anyone's looking for the Wi-Fi password, it's on the back of the router. Miramoto Daisuke 1125. All lowercase letters. Good fucking luck. It's the first time someone's sold negative tickets from a promotion on this show. Comedian Daisuke. That's
Brad,
again.
what sort of comedians do you look up to?
All right.
Every single fucking one of them.
All right. Let's keep it moving here. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full. This looks like a real American name, everybody. Make some noise for Remington Blake Windsor, everyone. Oh, my goodness.
How the hell are y'all doing? Alright, the
That's enough crowd work. I want to preface this first joke by saying that I do not condone police brutality. I think it is not cool. However, if you think about it, where would rap music be if cops were always nice to black people? You know, there'd be no Tupac, no Biggie, no Ice Cube. No Ice Cube. Do you want to live in a world without the movie Are We There Yet? I was giving my roommate a ride the other day, and she was like, Remington, why is your car so clean? And I was like, well, I litter.
Brilliant. Absolutely
Very
brilliant.
good.
Jokes, setups, punchlines. We haven't really seen anything quite like it tonight, believe it or not. We're an hour and some change into the show.
I worked really hard on it. I didn't want to disappoint you, sir.
You're amazing. How long have you been on stand-up?
I started right after all the COVID restrictions lifted. So
Where at?
Little Woodrow's in South Park Meadows. I was the door guy there.
You're in Austin.
Yes, sir.
Amazing that you have gone under the radar this long. How long have you been signing up for the show?
Since this past New Year's Eve.
Oh, everybody stop what the fuck you're doing. Kazoot has finally bestowed upon us their time, their talents, and their efforts. What's up, son? Oh, you can't even fucking hear me. Just for a moment.
What up?
What up, pimp?
I figured out something that we have not asked ourselves about
Okay,
travel.
okay,
Time
well,
travel.
okay. Well, before we do that, I just want you to know I appreciate you staying while my computer had to just be refreshed just now. I absolutely cannot fucking stand it when you are like, Rabbi, and I'm like, oh, just hold on 1 second, and then you leave. I can't fucking stand it. So if anything, stay in here a little longer than normal because that. Okay, so go ahead, big dog. What's new?
Is it possible to get a photograph of light in the future?
Anything's possible, big dog.
Is it possible to get a photograph in the future of light before it happens?
Dog, anything's possible. Perhaps.
If you can capture light from the future, then you can figure out how to travel. Time travel.
Perhaps, big dog.
If we can figure out a way how to photograph light in the future, then we can figure out how to travel.
Perhaps, big dog.
We need to ask AI how to do it. Best ways to do it.
Dog, I can do it. I don't even need AI to do it. I just gotta think about it and it's done. It's already done. I've taken all the pictures of the future of the world that I've ever wanted. How do you like that, Zoot?
Those are all of the past.
Nope, they're all in the future. Every single one of them. I don't believe in past pictures as much as I believe in future pictures. Did you love that? So, I mean, when you said we've got to look it up, why don't you just look it up? Do you go up to people and say, we've got to Google something?
Don't.
Okay, so just look it up, big dog. What does it say?
Distance. There is no way to capture light from the future. Information from future events have never been observed, traveling backward in time in a way that would allow a camera to record it.
Doug, you never know.
So distant stars and galaxies can appear millions or billions of years in the past.
Doug, your AI sucks. I'm gonna tell you how you can do it right now. You gotta fucking think outside the box, baby. Yo, dog, if we can perhaps in the future bend space time and have wormholes and stuff, if that's possible, then couldn't we take a picture in the future? Interesting thought. If things like traversable wormholes and certain forms of time travel were possible, it raises some wild questions about seeing the future. To catch the catch is the photograph isn't an image floating around waiting to be collected. A camera would receive light from the event. To take a picture of the future, somehow information from the future would need to reach the camera before the event happens in your present. There are a few possibilities. Physics, which is real. You can effectively travel into the future by moving very fast or being near intense gravity. An astronaut could return and find that years passed on Earth while only months passed for them. But they can't send pictures of of the future back to their earlier self. Wormholes, hypothetical. If a wormhole connected two different times, then in principle, light from the future event might travel through it. A camera pointed into the wormhole could potentially see a future scene. So that's how you could do it, perhaps. Closed time like curves, a solution in some interpretations of general relativity. These are paths through space time that loop back in time. If they existed and were stable, information, including images, could potentially travel backward in time. The problem is that all these ideas run into paradoxes. If you take a picture of next week's lottery numbers and use it today, have you changed the future that produced the picture? Physicists don't yet know whether nature allows such situations. Some theories suggest paradoxes are simple, others suggest timelines could branch. So, if wormholes that connect different times really exist and can transmit light, then yes, a photo from the future is one of the things that might be possible in principle. The bigger question isn't the camera, it's whether the laws of physics actually allow future information to reach the past. You're basically bumping into one of the deepest physics questions in physics. Is the future already there to be observed, or is it still being created? We don't have a definitive answer yet. Do you like my AI more or your AI? I'll wait.
Your AI, what are you using?
ChatGPT.
I'm using ChatGPT as well.
All right, well, I'm not using a dog shit version of it.
I'll ask him dog shit questions.
No, you just didn't ask it in the right way. You had to say the thing about, look, like basically assuming we could bend space time. How is this possible?
Bro. No SpaceX IPO. The IPO for SpaceX I don't know if it's launched already or about to launch.
Dude, did you see? Like the markets around the world are taking a dive.
What?
Dude, they had to close down the South Korean market. Tokyo is taking a dive. Yeah.
The US stock market's at all-time high though.
Which is a perfect opportunity for it to dive. I'm going to go to Bloomberg right now. I'm going to tell you what futures say. S&P futures are up. NASDAQ is up. D500 is up. US 10-year crude oil. Everything's up.
Harry Potter everyone was on 10 years up 4% today.
What's it at?
14 million.
That's good. South Korea market, it was down 5%. It plunged over 8% yesterday. But I think it's okay now. It seems to just be Korea. So what's new, pimp? You doing stand-up tonight?
Tomorrow.
Did you watch Kill Tony, yes or no?
No.
Why not?
Yeah, because I was still coming up with my own shit.
Okay. What's the funniest joke you've come up with in the last month? I'll wait. Dog. What's the funniest joke you've...
It's not even a joke. It's how I thought Tweety Bird. I used to think Tweety Bird was a girl.
Tweety Bird is a girl, isn't she?
No, Tweety Bird's a boy.
Okay.
You didn't know Tweety Bird was a girl, boy?
I kind of figured it was a boy, but then when I look at the eyelashes, it makes it look like a girl.
Tweety Boy is a boy.
Okay. I mean, that is kind of funny.
That is kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's about how I'm emailing Looney Tunes to make Tweety Bird a transgender character.
That's a good one, dude. That's a good one. That's a good joke, Zoot. That's a good joke, Zoot. That's funny. That's funny. So, now, Zoot, that's fucking brilliant. I love that. Okay, so it's that's funny. So, it's something like when I was little, I used to think that Tweety Bird was a girl, and I still don't think I necessarily could be wrong. So I feel so heartfelt about this that I have emailed Warner Brothers about making Tweety Bird the first transgender Looney Tune.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot. I just heard a funny joke that was just on Kill Tony. It was the first funny joke of the night. Are you ready to hear it?
What?
A guy picks up a girl, and the girl says to the guy, "Wow, your car's really clean." And the guy says to the girl, "It's because I litter." That's a funny joke. You know that's a funny joke. You know that's a funny joke.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
who do you think will be the Batman villain for Batman 2 next year?
Is it going to be called Batman 2?
That's the title that they've got right now.
Yeah. Who is it
I
supposed
think
to?
it's going to be called the Batman 2.
The Batman 2?
Yeah.
That's the worst name for a movie ever. Is it Who's the bad guy gonna be? Is it like the Joker or the Penguin?
No, the villain is Matt Reeves, the director, said the villain has never been on screen before.
Okay, that's good to know. I mean, doesn't it have to be someone from the universe of Batman?
Yep.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know all the Batman universe characters. So I don't know if I'm the best person to make this decision. Okay, so I'm gonna look up all the Batman villains, and then we'll say what's the best one. List of Batman villains. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm thinking it could be Man Bat, Hush. Red Hood would be cool.
Nobody.
Red Hood is like
Okay.
no Red Hood. Red Hood is Robin turned evil, and they've already got like pretty sure they've got a Robin in there, so they could like have the new Robin versus the old Robin, which would be the Red Hood. Red Hood was the first Robin.
Okay, so how about Black Mask?
Black Mask.
Yeah. What about Clayface?
Clayface has their own movie.
Okay, what about Deadshot?
I'm pretty sure Deadshot's already been in a movie.
What about Firefly?
Yeah.
I think Firefly would be really cool. What do
It
you?
could be like a number. Professor Pig. Mad Hatter.
What about Hugo Strange?
Yeah, that would be Hugo Strange knows Batman's real identity.
What about Hush?
Yeah, I was thinking Hush. Hush is newer.
Hush sucks.
Hasn't been done in a movie.
How about
Sorry?
How about Joker?
Joker?
Yeah.
I think Joker's just going to be a side villain, like how the Penguin was the side villain in Batman. The main villain was Riddler, but they had the Penguin as a side villain, and now the Penguin has a TV show that's connected to the same universe.
Who was the Penguin, or who was the Riddler?
Paul Dano.
He sucks. I wanted to be Killer Croc. I wanted to be Killer Croc. I wanted to be Killer Croc.
Why do you think he sucks?
I don't know anything about him. That's why he sucks. What about Killer Croc?
Killer Croc?
Word, dog.
Maybe.
That'd be baller. What about Mad Hatter?
That'd be cool.
How about Man Bat?
People are speculating that it might be Man Bat.
He sucks. What about Mr. Freeze was really cool. Penguin was really cool. Poison Ivy was really cool. What about Ra's al Ghul?
Yeah, maybe. Colin Farrell played the Penguin in Batman. First Batman with Robert Pattinson.
What about Riddler?
The Riddler was in the first one.
I know. Riddler was also in Batman Forever. Or something. Batman and Robin, something like that. Batman
With Jim
Forever.
Carrey as the Riddler.
What about Scarecrow?
Scarecrow was in Batman Begins.
What about
Already used.
Talia al Ghul?
I don't think they've been used. Don't know much about them.
What about Two-Face?
Two-Face was like the main villain in the Dark Knight series.
What about Scarface?
Scarface?
Yeah.
The ventriloquist?
Yeah,
That'd
dog.
be cool.
Okay, and what about Victor Zez?
Maybe.
Okay. What about Anarchy?
Don't know who that is.
No one knows who that is. All right, I want Crocodile Guy. Who do you want?
I'm the crocodile guy.
Yeah, Killer Croc, dude. Everybody wants Killer Croc.
Red Hood would be cool.
Killer Croc's better, but okay. That's cool.
Red Hood has the cool backstory.
Okay, did you watch the NBA Finals last night? Yes or no, and why?
No, I didn't, because I'm in Australia. I don't really follow that that closely.
Dude, you guys are really big in basketball.
Dude.
Andrew Bogut. Andrew Bogut, the best athlete in American sports from Australia, perhaps.
How's Josh Giddey doing?
He sucks dick. Everybody hates him, and nobody likes him. No, I don't know how he is. I don't know who that is. No one knows who that is. Are you ready for the World Cup?
Yeah. I've seen videos of Josh Giddey like winning games, but with the last shot, and he wins on the buzzer.
Are you excited for the World Cup?
Soccer World Cup?
What other World Cup is there?
Like Basketball World Cup, Cricket World Cup.
Okay, the Soccer World Cup, the real World Cup.
Yeah, I guess that's cool, but like, I always get disappointed by the World Cup because Australia is dog shit.
No, they're not. They're good, dude.
Yeah.
No, they're dog shit. But at least they made it. Did you know that Italy didn't even make it?
How did Italy not make it?
They haven't made it in 12 years, dog.
How?
They just keep missing the cut.
How does Iraq win up getting over Italy?
Just what's happened.
How do all these African countries getting over Italy? I think Italy was like one of the biggest soccer nations in the world.
It is, and they've missed the last 3 World Cups.
Why?
They haven't played well enough. They're the first team to have ever won a World Cup to miss 3 in a row. Are you ready to lose?
How many teams play in the World Cup?
48.
How do you get into the World Cup?
Like, where's it being, like, with tickets?
Now, how do you qualify for the World Cup as a country?
You have to play in the play-in games, and if you play well enough, then you get in.
Fair enough. And they're not doing well.
They're out. Are you ready to lose?
Who do they keep losing against?
They lost to like Algeria or some shit.
Where's the World Cup posted this year?
North America?
North America.
Yeah, it's in like 12 different cities, including like Mexico City, LA, San Francisco, New York City, Kansas City, Dallas, Miami, Toronto. Dog, are you gonna accept my invite, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I accepted your invite.
No, you didn't.
You love when we start off with a fun hole.
I hate it. You're up.
I have a feeling it's behind the 10, but are you fucking kidding me?
Thank you, Zoot.
I got it in the first shot.
Okay.
So I take the high risk, high reward here.
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
Play it safe.
Are you proud of that shot?
Yep.
Are you proud of that shot?
No.
That could be dangerous. What are you gonna do, dude?
Terrible shot. Why would you water bomb me? You just want to help me.
Oh, for sure, dog.
I don't know why you would have water bombed me. I had a hard shot.
Okay. I mean, that's a cool story. You're up.
Not a bad shot. Not a great shot. Not a bad shot.
Are you proud of that shot?
No. Should I be?
No. Are you
You
serious?
proud of that shot?
Yeah, I am proud of that shot. It's one of the best shots I've ever seen.
Better not go water.
Are you ready for the best shot you've ever seen?
Yep. Did you call the radio show?
No, that bitch doesn't deserve my time.
I don't even know if she's hosted the radio show yet.
Are you gonna make this shot? You're terrible at this hole. This is one of your worst holes. And you're not gonna do well here. You're gonna hit the red ball. Everybody knows it. That was a dog shit shot, Zoot. Oh, look at you, son. Look how good my shot is, dude. Look how. Did you see my shot? Dude, did you see
Yeah.
my shot? I hate this hole. Oh, dude. That was devastating.
Remember, who's one person in human history that should not be brought back from the dead?
Everybody should. Everybody deserves a second chance, Zoot. I need the best shot in the history of the game. Zoot with the W. Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we play Dice Party?
Yeah. You love Dice Party, don't you? Zoot, everybody's waiting on you to accept the invitation. I'm waiting on you to accept the invitation. Are you proud of that move?
Sure.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Worst roll you can have. Actually, probably 1, 1, 1, 1. Sucks. Maybe just 1, 1, 1 sucks. I don't know why you did that. That was a garbage move. Garbage move. Another garbage move. Terrible. Three, 4. Dude, this sucks.
No, you're gonna better roll than me. You're already in the lead.
Yeah, because I'm a pimp. Are you fucking serious?
I'm gonna play 20.
Give me another 5, baby.
Guess who's hosting tomorrow night?
Jay Farrow. Jay Michael.
No, he's not coming.
How do you know?
He's not on the list.
What if he just did a surprise?
Very unlikely.
Okay, well, you don't know. I might call him up and ask him to show up and to just do a solid 30 minutes.
Oh.
Give me a 3, baby. Give me a 3, baby. That was dog shit.
What do I need it to?
Garbage.
I'm in the lead.
Are you proud of yourself?
I mean, the free on the left spot's pissing me off. It's on the amount of free I'm getting pissed off.
What do you want me to do about it? Dude, do you know? Oh, fuck you. You got a full house. Do you know that Brendan Schaub is doing his first ever live stream today?
Do you know who's hosting tomorrow?
Jay Farrow. Jay Michael.
No, Harrell's hosting tomorrow.
Who?
Harrell.
No one knows who that is.
The Indian girl.
Oh, does she want to fuck? She's not bad looking.
She's getting deported.
Why is that?
Her visa's running out.
Oh, poor thing. Zoot, are you proud of your role? Zoot, are you
Do I
proud
do
of your
that?
role?
I only need a 4 for the bonus. Fuck me.
How do you like that role, Zoot?
You know we're even now?
Yeah. But I think I have a better chance of winning.
I just need 1 4 to hit the bonus.
That was not good.
I got the bonus.
Are you sure?
That was shit.
Zoot. This is not good.
Where can you play?
I need a 3. I need a 3.
What were you chasing?
Large straight. A large straight. And Zoot has the win. Zoot has the win. Zoot. 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 Zoot has the win. Zoot has the win. Zoot has the win. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot has the win.
Oh my god.
Are you proud of that move?
I mean, if you roll it 5 times, you can come back. You still got 1 more chance to roll it 5 times. Yeah, if you roll it 5 times, you get 100 points.
I need 5 6s. I need 5 6s.
Oh, nearly had it.
Yep, but you didn't. 5 6s right here.
Are you going for the 5s or the 4s?
Neither. I'm going for 6s. 1, 2. It's over, folks. Good job, Zoot. Okay, I'm going to continue watching Kill Tony because I'm a pimp. Best wishes with...
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, you go do whatever you need to do, big dog. Peace. Shout out to Zoot.
And stuff, but I kind of left it for people who were living in their cars, really going for it, because I didn't
I like
know
the
if I was
fact that
good.
you took time to prepare and get ready for the show. Some people make the absolutely ridiculously mentally ill mistake of starting on the show for attention. Some people this. Oh my goodness. You guys are so out of control. Did you jump into the mirror? What happened?
You got cocaine on your nose.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. This is natural. Amazing.
That's a pretty good bit.
The Lago. Or how do you pronounce
You look like Rick. Just Rick.
Yeah.
it?
Carlos.
Like,
Why your psychiatrist here? Amazing. So Remington Blake Windsor, you are incredible. If you had to guess how many minutes like that you have, how long would you guess? That minute was so smart and funny.
I got about 10 ready to go.
That's great, man. Fantastic stuff. So Remington, let me ask you this: how do you make money nowadays?
I was in the Army, and while I was in, I got an owie.
And then you did.
So I get about as much as a school teacher does for breathing. And
Thank you for your heroic fucking.
I wasn't overseas. I got it while I was in the U.S. Doesn't still get.
What happened? And can we ask what happened?
It was a training accident. Snow is a lot harder than I thought it was. And I fell off this obstacle course thing and severed all the tendons that connect your collarbone to your shoulder blade.
Yeah. That sucks.
And now I get paid though.
That's great, man. That's amazing.
I mean, it's,
It's awesome. That's great for you. Anything could have happened. I mean, had you not had that injury, you could have
had to go work at Home Depot.
been injured overseas, something like that. So Remington, tell us more about your life. What would we be surprised to know about you? Have any special skills or talents other than being a very good joke writer?
I got kick-ass ankle jewelry.
Whoa! Oh! You gotta be fucking kidding me. Of all the people that we've had up here tonight, remember there was a guy named DJ Coyote earlier. You were the one with the fucking ankle monitor?
Yes, sir.
What did you do to earn that amazing piece of hardware?
I got 2 DWIs in 14 days.
Oh my God. Take us through this process. So the first one, let's just go through it. Let's take a guess. Give me a ballpark of what you had to drink that night. I like drinking. I'm a fan of it. I tend to do Crown Royals and Coca-Colas, and I throw in shots of tequila in between.
Like a straight guy.
Yeah.
I had to drive
Literally
all the way
what's
back
biggest.
to New Braunfels, so I stuck with Dos Equis.
Oh, wow. So how many Dos Equis do you think you had the night of the first DUI? Just a ballpark's fine. 15?
7.
7's okay.
That's what
Yeah, 7's a lot for Brad.
That's what I told the cop at least.
Okay. But seriously, it was about that amount?
I mean, I guess when you start in the morning and just
What'd you blow?
Oh, God.
I got a question for Tom.
Okay, stick with me here because I find DUIs very intriguing. So, how close were you? How close were you to New Braunfels to home when you got this DUI?
I was actually turning into my neighborhood. I got pulled over.
And it's normally how it happens. That's why I ask these tough questions.
I got pulled over for not using my blinker. I was in a turn-only lane. I thought it was implied.
Yeah. I love it. Okay, so this is a big one. Do you remember on that first DUI, the moment you knew you were fucked? Was there like a question he asked you that you answered incorrectly and you're like, oh, God.
He was like, "Where are you coming from?" And I said, "Home." But I was going,
Yeah, that'll do it. See? This is interesting. Now,
they're tricky, those police.
they are. So, okay, so let's switch to the second DUI. 2 DUIs within 14 days. You probably shouldn't have been driving at all this time, right?
No.
But there you were. And then how many drinks do you think you had this time? Same amount, ballpark?
Ballpark, same amount.
How
You
far?
know, I just like from morning to whenever I go to sleep, just White Claw.
Okay. But I mean, again, 7, that seems like a low amount from morning to night.
It was probably more. That's just where I lose count.
Right, exactly. Okay, so this one, was it a little more like the midway point, or was this also very close to home?
It was midway point.
Yeah.
But you know, like they ask you for your license and insurance.
Oh, yeah.
He was just like, "How much have you had to drink tonight?" Like with his head back, and I said 7.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
And He was like, "How long have you been drinking?" I said 3.5 hours. I went out to do the field sobriety test. Went ZYXWVUT SRQBO and MLKJIHGM EDCBA, and he was like, "You have to wait for us to ask them."
I got some news that when he came in, he was wearing brass knuckles.
Wearing brass
That
knuckles?
is protection from the homeless.
That makes sense.
All right, to and from the car. I'm not a dangerous.
That makes sense. You have to defend yourself out here on these streets. Have you ever had to use the brass knuckles?
No, not yet.
Very good. Good.
Wait, are you serious?
Yes.
Like a bit, or is that true?
No, I'm being serious.
I carry him around. I used to carry a stun gun, but
Am I the only person that thinks that's fucking crazy to have brass knuckles on to just punch a fucking
No,
homeless
that's
guy?
why it was brought to our attention and featured on the show.
I don't want to get mugged.
Get bear spray's better though.
Okay.
Red Man walks around with bear spray, just in case if he wants to freshen his breath a little bit. All right, Remington, Blake Windsor, I find you so intriguing. I beg you to sign up again and show us another minute. Here's the big joke book, my friend. Thank you so much. One more time for a joke writer, a joke teller, Remington, Blake Windsor, everybody. Yeah. All right, everybody. We are going to switch things over to a golden ticket winner. Now, this isn't just any golden ticket winner. This is a very compelling one. I gave this guy a golden ticket based on the fact that he was funnier in his interview than he was during his set, and almost every answer he gave was hilarious. It's a work in progress. This isn't one of those, he was unbelievably hilarious, and so Tony gave him a golden ticket. This is a young comedian that I think over the years is going to grow into something special or end up a fucking news headline somewhere. Make some noise for him, ladies and gentlemen. This is the long-awaited return, his first ever golden ticket cash-in, the second time ever on the show. Make some noise for Angel Diaz, everybody. Here we go.
Hell yeah! Keep it going for Kill Tony! Fuck yeah! Alright, I have a serious question for everyone involved in this situation right now. Who here likes anime? Yeah, fuck anime, honestly. That shit is fucking gay. Like, honestly, the people who watch anime try so hard to convince you to watch it too that, you know, honestly, it feels like I'm about to go jerk somebody off while watching it. You know, it got to the point where, like, the people, I don't know, man, like, it kind of throws me off, like, this whole anime thing. Like, the other day, my friend was like, yo, Angel, we should do a couple of bumps of ketamine and go watch anime. And I was like, nigga, do you want me to fuck you in the ass? Like, it got to the point, I don't know, bro, like, when it comes to this, I don't know, like, the people, I don't like the way they draw these women. Like, it's like, yeah, she has big titties. I could see them jiggling. But God, there's a fucking back, like, she's wearing a backpack. Like, there's lockers in the background. Who the fuck is drawing this shit with a hard dick? Alright, yo, my name is Angel Diaz.
Angel Diaz with another set, much like he had last time. But
Yeah.
the interview is always very interesting with you, Angel. You're a very compelling character.
Yeah, I am. I'm a good guy.
How's life been since your last appearance on the show?
Tony, I've been getting hella pussy everywhere.
Nice.
I've been hitting it raw and coming inside all of them.
Whoa, Angel, that's crazy. Why are you doing that, Angel Diaz?
You
might need this soon.
No, I won't. I'm doing it because it makes me feel good.
Yes.
Yeah, yo, give it up for hitting it without a condom, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. 100%. This crowd is with that. This is a crowd, the angriest they've been all night is when a guy on stage holding that microphone said that he doesn't eat pussy.
Oh, hell nah. Yo, pussy, yo, honestly, I make my girlfriend come every time.
How do you do it, Angel? How do you do it? What's your method?
Alright, so I start off with, so I start off eating her vagina in like kind of like a slow way. Like, do you guys want me to do the facial
Yes.
thing?
Yes.
Yeah, yo, all right, turn around.
He almost chased him for a second.
Like a giant pussy, you go over there.
He had a fat ass.
He does have a fat ass. Brad's got those fucking butter cakes over there.
Fucking 11-year-old fat ass.
What?
Juicy tits, backpack.
He's got those fucking cupcakes over there, dude. All right, so Angel Diaz, back to you. When you make your women come, when you do that, what's the next thing that you do right after that? Do you tend to, what do you do? Do you say something? Do you do something after they, female ejaculate, if you will?
All right, so when I start eating the vagina, what was that? Oh, my bad. All right, so when I start eating the vagina, I'll be like, yo, bitch, turn around. And then she does, and then I just start eating it from the back. And then I put my finger in her asshole while I'm eating it from the back. So you get it. You were too excited, actually.
And then what? And then what do you do, Angel? After you put the finger in, our senior straight correspondent D Madness is here, famously homophobic. But when someone's eating a girl's pussy from the backside, throwing a finger in her ass, he comes back from the bathroom immediately.
Oh, you wanted me to know what I do when like you said
you just leave the finger in there.
All right, so I put the finger in there and then I wiggle it around a little bit and then all right, so like to the point where it's like I can touch like my own finger through the vagina.
Very good. The old telepathic alien touch. We all know that maneuver.
That's how I know I'm doing it good. You know, like once I feel my own finger.
That's right. Absolutely, Angel. You're doing very good right now. Angel, what else have you been doing? You have any other hobbies that we don't know about, that we didn't find out about last time you were on this show?
Hobbies? Not really. But I got hit by a car like 2 days ago.
Oh, shit. That happens to some of the best comedians in the world. Happened to Sam Kinison. Happened to Roseanne Barr. Happened to Brad Williams.
4 times.
Whoa. Yeah. Well, I mean...
Those were black guys. Those are good.
Yeah. Amazing.
Backed up over me.
Amazing. Okay, so tell us about this car hitting you, Angel. What were you running from at the time?
I wasn't even running. It was just like, all right, so the lady was fucking Asian.
Oh, we know.
Guys, slow down. Like, it was, all right, so like, all right, like, I'm not like a racist guy or anything, so pretty much I get hit by the car, and then I said, yo, bitch, you don't see? And then I realized that she was Asian. I was like, you know what? Forget it. Actually, I didn't see it. My bad.
Oh my God.
It was a kamikaze mission.
Angel Diaz. So you're back in New York. That's where you live full time.
Yep, born and raised.
Yeah. What's going on out there? You having fun out there? What's shaking? You get...
You said was shaking out there?
Yeah, what's going on out there? Well, I don't know the terminology that you kids speak, but like, what's happening?
Okay, all right, so what's happening right now in New York?
Yeah.
All right, let me think. All right, let me actually give this like a good thought.
What do you think about this new mayor, Mamdani, that you guys have?
Oh, okay. I actually have a lot of things about to say about this.
Okay, great.
Yo, fuck Mamdani. I'm not gonna lie. You know what threw me off about him? It was just like, all right, his heart was in the right place. I'm gonna start off with saying that, but ain't no way you could actually make that stuff happen. This nigga said the bus is free. Like, bro, like you guys are paying taxes. Who is this? And then like, I don't know. Like, yo, fuck Mamdani. No, I can't say that because I might have to fucking see this guy.
No, you're not gonna see him. By the way, just to point out a crazy fun fact. You said that you can't make the bus free. People have to pay taxes. And somehow, you, Angel Diaz, make more economic sense than he does, the mayor of New York. Even you, who thinks anime is shaking tits with backpacks and lockers and hits it from the back, or eats pussy on the back and feels your own finger, and that's when you know you did a good job. You know that economically it doesn't work to lower taxes and give out the bus for free. You know that that's impossible. Isn't that incredible that you know that and the new mayor doesn't know that and the majority of New York voted for him?
Guys, I'm gonna start this off by saying I'm running for fucking mayor of I'm running. I don't know where. I don't know.
You could actually win. You actually have a chance. All right. Anything else crazy happening in your life, Angel Diaz?
All right, let me see. Oh, in Austin, I've been staying with this one chick that like does OnlyFans. And I slept on her floor last night, and guys, I'm gonna start this off by saying I'm not hitting that, and I don't want to. Like the other day, she was like, Angel, I'm gonna go and give this guy a foot job, but the way she said it sounded like she was about to go pick up some fucking change or some bullshit. Like it was, I don't know. Like that's what I've been up to here. I've been staying with this OnlyFans shorty, and I've been trying so hard to not hit that. Like it got to the point where it's like I feel like she is trying to trick me into hitting that. But nah, I'm not hitting that.
Why aren't you hitting that?
Because she's oh damn, I should have said this now.
What's your screen name?
Hold on, Red Band. Jesus fucking Christ. When I ask the question, guys, let the fucking person try to answer for a second. Go ahead. Why would you not hit it with OnlyFans?
Yeah, why would you not hit it?
I'll tell you right now, it's because like if I do hit, then like this girl knows what my penis looks like, and I like it's gonna make me. I just don't want her to. I just don't want her to tell nobody like what exactly it looks like.
Perfect. That's a good answer.
That's not a good answer. What do you makes no sense. But good. I like it. It's fun. It's fun stuff.
Thank you. I think it's his way of being self-deprecating and saying that he doesn't have a penis worth the world knowing about.
How would you know?
Tony, I will show you my penis right now. I don't know.
No, I get it.
It's a fun riff. I like that.
All right, Angel. Very, very great interview as always. I think you're so funny. Thank you for coming back, and we'll see you again soon. Golden Ticket winner, first time cash in, Angel Diaz. He'll be back. We're gonna keep it moving. All right, your next bucket full. Very high expectations off the name. Make some noise for Ty Funny, everybody. Ty Funny is his last name.
Cut that shit, DJ. Got this pink sweater on. I just left a lesbian baby shower. They were all girls. Yeah, my cousin, she was like the stud out of the relationship. That was the first time I got to see it, so I didn't know what to say. I was like, damn, got a nigga pregnant. But her and her baby mother beefing. So we're not sure if she might be a single mother and father right now. We're going to see. I just got fired from my job for stealing my coworker lunch. Anybody ever steal a coworker lunch before? Just me. I stole my coworker Hot Pocket out the microwave, out the sleeve. You ever help somebody look for some shit that you stole? I came out the break room with the Hot Pocket sleeve, like, yo, niggas stealing Hot Pockets now. Just go leave the sleeve. Thank you, that's my job.
Funny. Good man. Is that a true story? You really stole the Hot Pocket, or it's just a joke, right?
I really stole the Hot Pocket.
Oh my God. What job was this at? What kind of job was
This was
it?
at the YMCA when I was aquatic director.
Oh my God. Amazing. What exactly were you doing at the YMCA?
I was an aquatic director.
You were the aquatic director? You were... No fucking way, dude.
I can swim better than everybody up there.
Are you serious?
Dead ass. I used to train with Michael Phelps. I'm from Baltimore.
You trained with Michael Phelps?
Yes, sir.
Holy shit, that's like me being the basketball.
Or me being Jewish, you know?
It's like me being the how to make a woman have an orgasm coach, am I right?
Yeah.
I'm so okay.
Being skinny. I noticed something. You didn't say the N-word at all. Did you want to do well or not really?
Welcome to the show, Ty Funny. How long have you been on stand-up?
I've been doing it for about 10 years.
10 years. All of it in the Baltimore area?
Baltimore, a little bit of Atlanta, New York. I've traveled. I've been here before.
I love it. How long ago were you on the show before or in Austin?
So I was on did the open mic one on the other side.
At the mothership.
Yes, sir.
Nice. Awesome. So 10 years, you're kind of going around everywhere. Where are you based out of? New York?
Right now, Austin, Texas.
Oh, nice. How long have you lived here?
I just moved down here probably last year.
Sweet. Fantastic. How you making money here?
I drive trucks right now.
You're a truck driver?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Amazing. What type of freight are you pulling? Food.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. How many Hot Pockets are you stealing?
At least 80,000.
Yeah. The load's coming in a little light. I love it, Ty. Take us through some interesting fun facts about being a truck driver, because none of us can really even imagine. We just see you guys. I do a thing where I try to make you honk. Do you respond to people that
Not
do that?
for adults, for the kids for sure.
Everybody always says that.
He would do it for me. He would do it for me.
Yeah, you would trick him. You trick him. You do the thing, you cover up your facial hair and then just go like that. I have an unbelievable ratio. I'm sure some of my friends up in the balcony that maybe are watching can attest to this, but a little fun fact about me, you get me sitting shotgun in your car. I go nonstop. Red Band knows this. We've traveled the country all around back when we used to have to drive from gig to gig like absolute animals, like we paid our dues. In any matter, I have a very high ratio. You don't think you would honk if a guy like me was like, please, come on, sir, please?
Only if you had kids in the back, and I would still kind of look at you suspicious.
Right. They do look at me a little suspicious sometimes when they do it in that one glimpse.
You're giving roadhead to Red Band while you're doing it.
Yes, I'm giving roadhead to Red Band while I'm doing it. Timmy OneNote, everybody. Timmy OneNote, hard at work over here.
Yeah, well, he's fucking gay. No one else to do. He does give me a lot of stuff to work with.
It's very hard to do. Fun fact, I never let Red Band drive a single mile on any of our road trips, correct? In fact, I don't think I let anybody drive.
No, he was always in control of everything that we ever did.
Correct. Okay, very good. Ty, what do you think is the blackest thing about you? Knowing that you've had a job as an aquatic director and can swim better than anybody on stage, which is definitely the whitest thing about you. What do you think is the blackest thing about you, other than the fact that you stole a Hot Pocket once?
I don't know. I think the blackest thing is that we probably, I don't fucking know.
You run late sometimes?
I mean, yeah, for sure.
There you go.
Yeah.
That'll work.
We can start there.
So there's a lot.
And I smoke Newports.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Absolutely. Shout out to Newports, official sponsor of Kill Tony. I love it. What's your preferred type of woman right now? What are you into right now?
Anything that's a girl right now. I have this problem on dating sites where, like, I was talking to this badass trans nigga for like 3 days. He was a bad bitch. He was a bad bitch. The nigga was a bad bitch.
Take us through this process step by step. Did you immediately know it was a trans? Like,
no, she sent me some titty pictures, so I sent him back a dick pic.
Oh, yeah.
Then he sent me a dick pic. A nude floating around the LGBT community.
Did you swim away or anything? Like what?
Amazing. That is so funny, Ty. Yeah, when a chick sends you a dick pic, that's no bueno, dude.
No bueno.
Amazing. And how about here in Austin? Are you doing good with the ladies or whatever here in
I
Austin?
mean, I'm just getting settled in, so we're
Right. Absolutely.
I'm sure.
What's your living situation? Are you living by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Little studio apartment?
You know it.
Well, and what's the craziest thing? If we were to open your refrigerator door right now, what would be the weirdest thing that we would find in it?
Probably that trans man that I was.
You are so funny, Ty. You really are. You really are a funny guy. Welcome to the Kill Tony universe. Here's a big joke, but sign up again. Ty. Sign up again and come back see us again. We want another minute. One more time for Ty Funny, everybody. Here's another bucket full, everybody. We are coming around the corner. This should be about it. Make some noise for Bobby Ludlam, everyone. Bobby Ludlam.
What's up, Boston, Texas? How the hell are you? My name is Bobby Ludlam. That's a first of Bobby and a last of Lincoln Union Delta Lima Alpha Mary. If any of you are fucking cops out there. I moved here from California because in California you have to suck dick for stage time. At least that's what I thought. Boy, was I embarrassed. I was trying polyamory, which is Latin for lonely on Friday night. I tried to get my girlfriend to have sex with me in the public restroom, you know, the family restroom at the public pool. And she said, no, what if we get caught? And I told her, don't worry, I'll just tell them you're my sister. I only play tag with non-binary, so I can call them it. Bedtime must be a confusing time for the parents of a trans lad. When do you stop tucking him in? I drew an extremely detailed picture of Israel after a drone strike, and I accidentally invented a new form of art called hyper-Israelism. I don't always wear a watch. If I want to know what time it is, I pull out my cock, and someone says, hey, your cock's out, and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I go, thank you very much.
Bobby Ludlam. Amazing. Bobby, where are you from?
From California, Tony. Pomona, California.
Very funny. I love it. How about the accent? Where's that from?
I just picked it up when I was working at Costco recently to mess with
Very funny.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. True fan of the show here.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. So, Bobby, how long have you been on stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up almost 5 years.
5 years.
Slipped right back into it.
Yeah, that happens. That Costco will get you. Seriously, where are you from?
Pomona, California.
Yeah, but how do you have that accent?
I don't. That was just for fun.
Really?
Just part of the show, Tony. I started on your show 5 years ago in LA.
Really?
Yes, sir. Been grinding ever since, trying to do this thing.
Was this during the pandemic?
It was.
And it was one where you, like, sent in a video?
No, I showed up at the Comedy Mother store, yeah.
The comedy store. Yeah, no, I get it. It happens. So this was in the empty main room, basically?
It was, right to a camera for my first time.
Wow.
Yeah.
An empty room for your first time. And you've been working hard on it since, or?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the jokes are very, very smart. Not always absolutely hysterical, but you have a very smart brain.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Timmy No Breaks.
Yeah, so you were doing an accent, right? It just drives me crazy when people do a character. Just be yourself, you know? Fucking cut it out, be yourself. What are you doing? You don't need a fucking character in order to blow up a kill dog.
5 years ago, Tony said the same thing. He said, start writing from the heart. You look like a crackhead, write like one.
Yeah. Amazing.
Here we are.
So you still live in Pomona?
No. I moved to Chicago for a couple of years, and now I just moved to Austin last week.
Okay.
Been here 1 week.
Wow. So this is your first time signing up for the show?
I signed up 3 weeks ago. I went on a cross-country tour with some friends from California to New York, and we stopped by here and signed up, but didn't get called.
Is that when you decided to move here, or did you already plan on moving?
I've been planning on moving here.
Nice. And you plan to move here basically to do stand-up comedy?
Yes, sir.
What do you do to make money?
All kinds of things. Right now, I got a job on Craigslist as a live-in caretaker for a 77-year-old man who has Alzheimer's.
Wow.
And they let me move in with him without even ever meeting me. Yeah.
Wow.
Luckily, I'm not a psycho.
Did they see a picture of you or anything?
I wouldn't have gotten the job, no.
Wow. Are you afraid they might find out about it from this episode? Perhaps someone's watching.
No, they'll be okay.
Yeah. And even if the guy's watching, he's going to forget about it anyway. Yeah. If he tried to call his family and complain about you, they wouldn't believe him anyway. They're like, oh, he's having one of his episodes. He said the guy is a fucking Mohawk and speaks with an Irish accent. Amazing. Amazing. So what's that like? How long have you been with this 77-year-old?
So he has delusions and hallucinations.
Yeah.
He's
He's claimed that they're hiding drugs under his living room. He told me that the person who was taking care of him before was doing abortions in the bedroom that I'm currently staying in.
Have you seen any hint of this? Are there any?
No. A couple nights ago, he woke me up with a knife. I had a gig at Costco doing food samples, and they told me it would transfer here. But as soon as I got here, I asked for some availability, and they haven't given me anything yet. So I'm currently looking. I do all kinds of stuff, construction, and it should be pretty easy.
But you have enough to survive for a little bit.
Yeah, survive is, yeah.
Right.
Luckily, it doesn't take much for me. I'm kind of a minimalist, so yeah, surviving.
Same.
There you go.
What are your like hair gel expenses? Like how much do you spend on that?
I crush one Blue Chew up into some water and I spray my head with it. Happens right there.
Blue Chew cold? We love Blue Chew out here on these streets, just to let you know. All right, so Bobby, anything else crazy we should know about you? Any special skills or talents or anything like that?
Yeah, tons of weird stuff. I wrote a few of them down. I could beat any person on this stage at a staring contest except E-Madness. For sure.
Good point. What else you got?
It took me 3 years to find out I got shot.
Ooh, tell us about that.
So I got in trouble a long time ago. I had to go to jail. I went to jail and I got released on my own recognizance to prepare for trial. And the first bit of time I was in jail was pretty uncomfortable. Things built drugs back into jail when I went back in. And as I was getting the intake process, sergeant came out and he asked the cop who was intaking us if I'd gone through the full body scanner yet. And he said no, he didn't know how to use it. The sergeant said, well, time to learn. And they put me through a full body scanner and the cop said, you ever been shot before? And I thought he meant he was going to shoot me because I was filled with drugs. And I said, no, sir. And he said, all right, I'm calling a detective down to open a case. And I said, why? And he said, what's inside of you? And I almost went, drugs. And he said, you got a bullet in the back of your right kneecap. Did you know that? And I went, what? And he went, have you ever been shot? And I went, oh, yeah, that bullet. Yeah, I got shot. And he said, and you forgot? And I said, yeah. And he said, get the fuck back in line. Just the words, the whole skyline of LA. Tattooed with Orbit. And he goes, what are you shaking for, dog? You're a gangster. And I went, what? And he went, dude, most people get shot, they brag about it. You got shot and forgot. And I said, and I'm also filled with drugs. What? We're going to party when they get in there.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Well, Bobby, I like your style, man. It's incredible that you started on an empty stage during the pandemic, during the Comedy Store, and here you are. Wasn't that unbelievable, but I like the fact that you wore a Kill Tony shirt and that you're that big of a fan and that you're chasing your dreams. So here's a big joke, but welcome to Austin, Texas.
Thank you.
Bobby. Welcome, everybody. All right, one last fucking pull. We're going into overtime. Is that okay with you guys? You guys still having fun out there? We're going to extend it a little bit longer. Because why the fuck not? Make some noise for Will Hunsinger, everybody. Will.
Feels good to be here, man. I love doing this shit. It's my favorite part of my night every night. It's going to perform for you guys. I still got my day job and everything. My day job, I'm an engineer. I got my degree in aerospace engineering, which is not what you want to hear right now. I know that. Because you don't want someone working on airplanes who has other dreams. You understand? Like, we told too many kids they can like be anything when they grow up. You know what I mean? That's what the doors were flying off at Boeing. because somewhere the door guy just wanted to dance. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want dreamers making airplanes, all right? You want autism making airplanes. You want the type of guy when like his peas touch his mashed potatoes, he freaks out like that. Just like everything must be symmetrical, and you're like, good, Tyler, good, okay, calm down. Give him more Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards. All right. Funny. Will.
Folks, look at this.
Have you been on the show before, Will?
I have.
Yeah, I heard a year ago. Welcome back, Will. How are you?
Feels good. That's good. I don't know. Last time I was shit my pants, so this feels better. I'm happy this one. Okay.
Tell us about the difference between last time and this time.
Well, last time I was like in a relationship, and you started pressing me on sexual shit right away, and I was like, I don't want to embarrass anybody. And now,
and then the gangster comes up, throwing up gang signs for gangs that haven't even been founded. Really? No. I know gang signs for gangs that haven't even been founded. For Rizzy? Shizzy, baby. This is bullshit.
I'm single, so I'm just like, fuck it, who cares? Great. That was like a weird spot.
So what were you afraid to answer last time? I don't remember.
I think you were asking me like bad sexual stories, and I was just like, I don't want to say this in front of 3 million people.
So go ahead. What are they now?
Oh God, it's been weird, man. I'll be honest, like the breakup, like we split up like a couple months ago, and it's like not a good one. Like, because like, sometimes you gotta have a breakup, and you're like, hell yeah, you know what I mean? Like we've all been in that breakup, and other times you're in the breakup where you're like, man, I'm gonna watch Saving Private Ryan all night tonight, like this. So it's just been sad, weird shit, you know. Like we were in Tampa the other week. I was doing shows out there, and there's a lot of swingers out there. And this couple came up to me after, and they were like, this one was like, my husband likes to watch. Like, would you be interested in that? And I was like, yeah, he's about to watch me cry in your arms tonight, bitch. Like, I'm not down for this shit, dude. I'm not ready. I was like, if you could just sit in that chair and tell me he's proud of me, that would be way. I just need a hug, dude. I'm good. I'm not. Dude, shout out Blue Chew, man. It works for coke, dick, and depression. Did you
That affect your mental health? That
I love it.
Better. It is true.
Yeah. It's been.
Will, what else is going on in life?
Yeah, I mean, it's been weird running around Austin. I've been there for like a year and a half. Comedy's going good. I've been busy there. You know, I moved here from Vegas. Vegas was fucking nuts, so it's kind of good.
What did you do for a living in Vegas?
So I went to school for aerospace engineering, so I worked for like a jet engine company for a little while, and then now I work for the city of Austin, fucking water department. Fucking gotcha, guys. We're doing our best. It's great. I like it here, but yeah, Vegas is a giant, dangerous chemical plant that's now been like shut down. And that place was fucking sketchy as shit because it was all like condemned, and it was weird. It was weird because like you'd be in these like giant buildings, these giant like chemical buildings and stuff, and then there'd be a chain link fence in the middle of it, and they'd be like, yo, that other half of the building is condemned and radioactive. And I was like, that's a chain link fence. Like, I don't think we're gonna be all right. And then also like we're on the same roof, so condemned's not great. I don't like this. But yeah, that place was sketchy as fuck. And then I worked for the water department out there for a little while. I used to like go inside of pipes, and that was cool. drug robots and shit. But engineering stuff, it's cool. Yeah, I'm great.
You inside of pipes? You seem like
I'm not suited. Yes, you are
the right body
suited
type.
for me. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We took your work, man. That's my bad. Fucking.
Check in with the great Timmy No Breaks here.
How you doing, Tim?
Hey, pretty good. I got a question for you.
Please.
When death comes, will you be ready to go, or will you cling to the life because you're terrified you never truly lived?
Perhaps the greatest question in the history of the show from the elite super regular Timmy No Breaks.
Has he been doing this shit all night? Is this just me? Repeat the question, please, one more time. Can I have it once more?
I'm not doing it.
I think he accidentally answered it by wanting it a little bit more.
Now that I've been in the room with Timmy No Breaks, I feel pretty satisfied. I'll be honest. I feel great being with you, Tim.
Follow-up question. Any tricks in the bedroom?
Yeah, role play is you usually. They have me put on the jacket, the sunglasses, and just fucking talking an accent the whole fucking time.
Wow, look at that. Really no break.
Yeah, try masturbating like that.
Will Hunsinger, anything else crazy we should know about you before letting you go?
Shit. I'm like I said, I'm just down bad right now. I wish I had some more crazy shit. I had a weird sexual interaction with the girl who didn't shave right, and that was weird. That was a few weeks ago.
Tell us about that. What do you mean didn't shave right?
So, cause she thought, shaving, she shaved, when I saw her, it was like a wedding, and she was like, oh, you're lucky, I shaved just for this, and I was like, that's cool, and then she took off her dress, and she had shaved, it was shaved, and then she went up, I went to go down on her, because I'm a gentleman, and then she put her legs, but she didn't shave anywhere underneath. Do you know what I'm saying? She thought shaving was just this. She never did fucking one of these in the shower.
I've never put my leg up on a table either. Brad Williams, ladies and gentlemen.
So I was down there, and I wanted to go for it, but it was looking at like a pussy with mutton chops. It was bad, man. It was weird. I didn't like it. I don't know. Yeah, that threw me. I was like, I'm not fucking anybody for a while. I think I'm gonna take a break. Yeah.
Fun times, Will. We're gonna keep it moving along. There he goes, Will Hunsinger, ladies and gentlemen. One last fucking poll. What do you guys say, huh? Folks, for us, ladies and gentlemen, it is the name that goes by Sean Glazer, everybody. Sean Glazer.
I've been on TikTok way too many ads all the way through. You don't have to do that. You can just keep scrolling. I saw an ad for a product called Boom Boom Stick. A little chapstick-sized tube. It's got smelling salts in it to wake you up before work. Comes in flavors like mint and mango and citrus. Their tagline, it's legal cocaine. I don't know about you guys. I've done illegal cocaine. If it doesn't taste like loose change, I don't want it. Get that blueberry bullshit out of here. Do you have a nickel-flavored Boom Boom Stick? Saw an ad for a speakeasy. It's a little ironic. I thought they were supposed to be a sequel. I feel like Al Capone would be rolling in his grave if he saw these people selling a martini for $20, calling it a vermouth Bader Ginsburg or something gay.
Glazer.
Hey.
Hello, how are you? How long you been on stand-up?
4 years.
How long you been doing jiu-jitsu?
About 6.
Really?
No, I just lift.
Okay. There you go. Timmy, follow-up question on that since you wanted to start this?
Yeah, you kind of ate it, and I'm not talking about DiGiorno, so...
Sean, where are you from?
I'm from Des Moines.
Nice. I love it.
Yeah, shout out Iowa.
Yeah, there you go.
Anybody?
You live in Austin now?
Yeah, I moved down a couple months ago.
Well, welcome. What's something crazy we should know about you? We're in overtime right now.
I'm 2 years sober.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah, let's get this party started. Time for Alright, there he goes, everybody. Sean Glazer, everyone. Here's the medium joke book. Here you go, buddy. Boom. Alright. Hey, you get to 780 episodes or whatever. Sometimes you just get to do whatever the fuck you want. You know what I mean? Alright. Williams dealing with a family tragedy. Ari Maddie is doing sold-out shows around the world. Timmy No Breaks is sitting right here. Kendrick is dealing with a family something. It's all true. Everything I'm saying is true. So, to close tonight's show, I decided to go with an old veteran of the game. The true legend of the Kill Tony universe, who I'm sure has a rock-solid brand new minute for us. Here to close us out, Family Style, America's favorite uncle. Make some noise for David Jolly, everybody. Here we go!
Hell yeah, man. I've been thinking about life lately, man. I've been thinking about my Aunt Rose a lot. She was one of my favorite people on earth. She had dementia. Y'all know how dementia work, right? When they get older, they old, but they living in the best moments of their life. And I talked to my Aunt Rose, and she'll say something like, "Hey, David, you want to go on a hayride?" And I'm like, "Hayride? Who this bitch went to school with? Huckleberry Finn?" But the crazy part about dementia is it ain't never going to change. We're going to be dealing with dementia in 40 years. But can you imagine them kids from today with dementia in 40 years? Somebody grandma jump up at Thanksgiving, "Give me a mop and a sock for this wet-ass foot." Grandma, get that BBL out of the mashed potatoes. 6'7", 6'7". Thank y'all. Y'all been a whole bunch of fun, man.
David Jolly, 55 seconds of David Jolly. Great stuff. David, Timmy No Breaks.
Yeah, how's SNL going?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Timmy, you my favorite homosexual, man. I swear to God.
Okay, you're gonna regret that.
No, I'm not. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you something.
I love you, man. You already know.
All right.
Whoa.
David, how's life going?
Man, life great, man. You know, got me a new set of teeth on the road every weekend. You know, got a girl. You know, life pretty good.
Who's this girl?
A chick, a girl that's black.
Whoa.
I don't know. I mean, I ain't gonna say her name. Relax, Tony.
Why black?
My mama lived down here, though. Remember you talked to my mama that day on the phone?
Yes, I did talk to you.
Yeah, I moved my mom in with me, so yeah, things going pretty good. Moving her from Florida, so she can be a little easier on her. You know what I mean?
What part of Florida?
She from Orlando. You know, we from Orlando, but I moved her here around like Thanksgiving, so it's getting on my fucking nerves every day.
Yeah, tell us about that. What's Mama doing?
You know, I usually watch like once a week, but every time I come home now, she just watching shit. You know what I mean?
Cooking. What's Mom cooking?
Shit, spaghetti, chicken. You know, chicken. We love that chicken.
The chicken and the spaghetti?
Yeah, sometime together.
I promise you that was not on purpose.
In his defense, the soundboard is labeled in alphabetical order, and chicken and chimp are right next to each other. I'm looking at it. They're right. Turn the fucking thing up. I don't know why you pretend like your job's harder than it is. See? They're right next to each other.
I ain't even hear that shit.
Right next to crow and dog. Right?
And your girlfriend.
He's saying that your girlfriend is a fat black woman.
Hey, man, if you a fat white man, Red, man, how about Hey, Red.
Okay.
We usually friends, Red, man. I can't wait to diabetes catch up with your ass, motherfucker. You big fat bitch, you.
skinny black woman.
Nah, she like a thick one, she can see her feet, motherfucker, you know what I mean? She ain't that big,
Where'd you meet her at?
I met her in life. I'm just saying, like, in a store, like, I just bought the old school style, no internet, like, what up, baby girl?
What store was it?
Ross.
Oh, my God.
You like Ross, man? Fuck it, I love Ross, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the blackest thing about you?
This big old dick.
Wow, how big is it? Hold on,
I haven't mentioned it in a while,
That's the wrong one. Sorry. Okay. All right, David. Anything else crazy we should know about you before letting you go?
Not really.
Did you get that wacky shirt off of? Did you steal that off of a giant teddy bear or something? Like, what is that?
Man, I bought this at the Polo Outlet on the clearance rack.
Okay.
I like it. It's a nice shirt, ain't it?
I don't know what you just said. I didn't understand that.
I purchased this shirt from the Polo Outlet.
I understand.
Thank you.
Came off the clearance rack.
Crystal clear.
All right, Tim.
David Jolly, we love you. Thank you so much. There you go, David Jolly. We did it. That's an episode of Kill Tony brought to you by Netflix. The Roast of Kevin Hart is out. Kill Tony Media is out. Get tickets from Madison Square Garden August 7th and 8th. 2 totally different shows. You can get combo tickets and come to both nights. That's what I would do, because if not, you're not a real fan. Shout out to Asphalt 3D one more time. Brad Williams do special live on Short Streets on YouTube.com/Brad Williams Comedy. Thank you, Brad, for joining us. The man, the myth, the legend, Timmy No Breaks, ladies and gentlemen. Biggest and blackest on YouTube, youtube.com/Timmy No Breaks. What a fun episode. Red Man?
I'll be in San Diego July 9th or 11th at the AmericanComedyCode.com. And I love you. I love you, Nino.
How about one more time for the robot joining us, playing the tambourine, everybody. All right. Let's check in with the art of Chris Rogers over there. Let's see what he drew tonight. Oh, Brad and Timmy. Amazing. Amazing stuff. Why did you make it so big, dude? That looks good. All right. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Every time Dante was starting, I would get so bad. I don't feel like, damn, Dante's starting to get shit. Damn, okay.
Mr. Sharp,
Your loss, Mr. Shaw. All right, guys, welcome back to the show. Let's just jump right into it. So last week, Brendan and Brian took the week off from doing the podcast.
Fine Kid is going dark. Next week there will be no episodes
because Callan had to go to Jerusalem and do a couple of shows there.
Israel, dude. And Jordan. I'm hitting the Middle East. He's fighting a good fight. Mr. Shaw.
So during Brendan's week off, Brendan goes to the Normal World show, podcast, whatever it is, with Dave Landau.
Yeah, why don't we invite him on? Comedian, former MMA fighter, Mr. Brandon Schwab. Yeah. The Aaron Rodgers thing, you were just hanging out with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Okay. So the drug thing, is that what you were doing?
No, I was out there just to go to dinner with him and Aubrey Marcus, who started on it. I'm really close to Aubrey. I've known Aubrey for like 12 years.
So I did want to ask you about this.
Yeah, so we have a project we're starting, the three of us together. And then I was out there for that, but then I can't come to this conference. I didn't know I was getting to. It was pretty cool.
Okay, awesome. Brandon Schwab.
Mr. Shop. Now, if you don't know who Dave Landau is, Dave Landau used to work for Steven Crowder. And if you guys know Steven Crowder, Brian Callen now works for him. Or I don't know what's going on because I don't watch that show. People are saying he's not working there no more. Other people say he's like behind a paywall. You gotta pay to.
I thought more.
The reason why Dave Landau left Steven Crowder is because of numerous things, because of money, because of the way he was treated, because he was disrespected. He felt like Steven was a narcissist. And there's a long list that he talks about during his little podcast run, outing Steven Crowder.
It became a little weird because a light was put in where it was his rant button, and it was basically a Dave Don't Talk button.
Ladies! How did you probably think ladies?
Like, it was his rant button, and it was basically a Dave Don't Talk button.
You know, it's kind of funny that Brendan went to Dave Landau's show because, you know, I'm guessing Dave doesn't care that Brian Callen took his spot. He doesn't really care. Maybe in a way, like, Brendan is kind of scouting Dave Landau to see maybe if he could take over Callen's spot. Who knows, you know? But he's going to be treated the same way that Steven treated him, as his little sidekick. Basically like a punching bag.
You do what you told, right? No, you didn't hear from me, and I'm playing flight to Dallas. There for the crowd, right? Oh, yeah, you are with him, right? You're looking around. Yeah.
Now, I don't know much about Alex Stein. The only time I've acknowledged him was that I saw him talk EGL when EGL exposed Brendan, and it was Alex Stein seems to know his stuff on the Fighting the Kid subreddit. He knows PF Chang's, he knows the homeless cats, he knows Dicey, he knows the addies and the baddies, everything, right? So he's quite knowledgeable on the lore of Brendan Schaub and the people that don't like that clip with him and EGL talking about those ridiculous stories. If you guys can remember, at a job at a grocery store, and he was like bored, and so he went to the restroom and he crunched up the magazines and later blamed it on the Down syndrome or autistic kid, which was, you know, dumb.
Brendan told a story that I couldn't even tell. I couldn't even make the story. When he said the story that he worked at a grocery store and that he tore up all the magazines and then he blamed it on an autistic person. I was saying, if I was to say that in a town hall, I said,
then also the whole douching, the roommate.
The classic, he douched his roommate through a glass door because, you know. But you ate your roommate's food and now you're attacking them? Like, who's paying your life?
So now let's get to the clip where Alex Stein ambushes Brendan Schaub. Here is the title of this post. Alex Stein 99 gets dicey with Papa. Alex Stein posts this on his Twitter, on YouTube as well. Things get dicey. Brendan Schaub after I crashed set at Dave Landau at QTR Black Garrett.
And what do you think this is? You pussies! This is it! It's Primetime 99! I'm the king of this studio! I'm the king of that bitchy Dave Landau! Oh shit! Oh, this is
Hey, look him up here. I'm with the man. I'm with the king himself, Brendan. Stop, Brendan. Not right now, son. I'm not gonna hurt you. I love you. Things are dicey. Love you, Brendan. Stop, man. All you PMJs, homeless cat. F off. This guy's rich and he gets addies all day long, right? Tell him, man. Homeless cat can suck over dicks.
Oh shit! All right, let's stop it there because that was the most important stuff, the most important part. So let's rewind that.
Rewind time.
Not right now, son. I'm not gonna hurt you. I love you.
Roy Nelson. If you guys remember Roy Nelson, he was his opponent for the Ultimate Fighter. Ultimately, he was the loser of that event, and Roy Nelson won all the money and all the contracts for knocking out Brandon Schaub in the most amazing way, or devastating way. Oh, shoot! It's all over. Dicey. That's his kid.
Love you, Brendan Schaub, man. All you PMJs, homeless cat. F off. This guy's rich.
Brandon Schaub is a legend.
And he gets addies all day long, right? Tell him, bitch. Homeless cat can suck.
The addies and the baddies.
If you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. You definitely got me.
Homeless cat can suck over dicks.
If you guys don't know why the people on the subreddit call themselves the homeless cat, it's because of this.
I view people the same I view a homeless guy from the PK podcast. They do not matter. What are you kidding me? The same as a cat creator profile. That's good. Who cares? Even a homeless guy. A homeless guy was just creating a profile and talking shit. It doesn't matter, right? Because they're all the same.
Let's look at the comments. Danny Doofus says, "Whoa, he named the waters the deepest, darkest waters." Definitely did.
They do not matter. What's been your life?
So now, I was looking at the comments and to see, what did some people think of Alex Stein. Some people think he's annoying, but like this kind of sense that he did on Brendan to rush him. And it seems like this is the type of things that he does outside in the real world. He's kind of like a comedian. He's known for harassing people on the street. And one of the people that he harassed was AOC. And I was looking at his videos and I stumbled across it. And yes, it's kind of cringy and it's very borderline weird, but it is a little funny. In a dark kind of way, it's funny, but it's messed up. So it's hard to like this guy, but people seem to like it when it's Brandon. People are also saying that he has balls. He's got nuts still to up Brendan in that way. But Brendan, I feel like he's not the guy to do anything unprofessional and attack somebody. I'm pretty sure he's not really a fighter like that. He's always said I don't really engage in fights. So it would kind of make sense to just take it and be like, whatever, stop.
And he gets addies all day long, right?
Maybe look, this kind of publicity, it gives him views. Alex Stein's YouTube channel, he's got 325 subscribers, almost 330 videos. It seems like there are a lot of clips from a longer version video he probably put somewhere else, or maybe that's just it. But I'm not so sure about this guy. Didn't really go into it. I just saw some of his videos. I did stumble upon the AOC video. A lot of his videos are kind of wild, and here's the one that he did with Brandon. Things get dicey with Brandon Schaub. Now, it seems like he likes to attack both sides, which I think that's kind of cool. It's kind of fair. We don't usually see this type of comedian or comic, whatever he might be, a performer, do these kind of, ambushing or going to town halls and saying ridiculous things.
We're talking about transportation. I'm here with my wife's boyfriend. It's just ridiculous that you guys are going to persecute him because he's a black man. That's why you guys are doing this. This is why you're bringing so much attention to him. When we walked in here, it was absolutely unreal the amount of security that he went through compared to the amount of security that I went through. And this is my wife's boyfriend. The things that he does to my wife is incredible. And we're talking about transportation.
And so,
there's one that's out of pocket with AOC. You know, AOC, if you don't know much about her, she's like, what is she like?
Imagine if you had to go into work every day to a place where everybody wants to date you. And instead of focusing your attention on important things like tree equity, you have to deal with this.
See this guy right there?
See? That's Alex Stein right there.
Right there. When I was walking up, he said, hey, right in front of a Capitol police officer, said, hey, here's this, look at that big ass, look at that big juicy booty, this Latina, like whatever, all a bunch of racist, sexist stuff.
And when you're on everyone's mind, they start paying attention to your record. Even worse, they start asking you questions. And politicians hate when you ask them questions, especially about their voting record.
All right, so look, AOC mentions a word. Let me go back here.
At that big juicy booty.
There's a proverb. It's kind of funny because Alex Stein kind of says, hey, I did not say juicy booty, but he did say all those other things. She's a fine-ass Latina. Hey, I ain't denying that, but yes, the cringy stuff. He does these kinds of things. AOC has been in the radar, during that the Capitol riots. If you guys remember, she said this statement that Republicans or the right wing, they're like infatuated with her. She thinks they might do the worst thing, the R word. She could have been in trouble if it would have been a real, more threatening issue.
I didn't think that I was just going to be killed. I thought other things were going to happen to me as well.
So what sounds like what you're telling me right now is that you didn't only think that you were going to die, you thought you were going to be...
They kind of make fun of her for that. Fox is like, you're stupid, you're ridiculous, you think you're all that. Here's what Alex Stein actually said. AOC, my favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. You're my favorite. She wants to kill babies and she's still speaking. My favorite big booty Latina. I love you, favorite. She wants to kill babies and she's still beautiful. You look very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy. Look at that on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina. I love it. Nice to meet you, AOC. Look how sexy she looks in that dress. Woo, I love it, AOC. Hot, like a tamale. The interaction between them is way different than what she described on on her video, on her personal video. Like she said, he was threatening me, but she's like, let's just take a selfie. Kind of weird, right? If you're scared of this man, then why are you gonna take a selfie with him? Like, you heard him talk to you earlier and say, she wants to kill babies and she's still beautiful. Then when she's upstairs, she's like, this guy said I had a juicy booty.
Look at that big juicy.
See, what are we doing? A little bit from Alex Stein there. Like, then he's like, I didn't say
juicy
big. I didn't say that.
But I want her to think I'm serious. I want her to think I actually like her. Just now, did I take it to the line? Yeah. Did I take it across the line? No. She went and claimed that I called her juicy ass. And I said, even words. I didn't even say those words. I don't think that calling AOC a big booty Latina solved or anything. I was wrong. It actually got her to come out and issue a prominent statement that January 6th was that police officers in the building opened the door. That would not have happened were it not for
Alex Stein goes a lot to the Republican shows, like internet shows or things like that, because Normal World is Dave Landau, and Dave Landau is associated with the conservatives. I think whenever Brendan speaks, we kind of know he's like Republican. I think he kind of likes to say that he's like in the middle, kind of Republican. I don't know, maybe he's trying to get some people from the right side for him to get a little bit more viewership on his shows or his podcast, get more people. Like, will this work? Are the conservatives are going to discover the subreddit? Is the bigger question. Like, who knows? Maybe they might like him. Rumble or Kick or somebody gives him a deal. He's like, hey man, I've been an OG in this podcasting. I've gotten my 1,000 hours of podcasting, so I deserve
millions of dollars. Hey, who am I to say no, Brendan? You don't. The man has survived problems after problems with his podcast. He's still there. Who's playing your life? Let's go to. So this is the We Might Be Drunk podcast with Mark Norman and Sam Morrill. So Yanis Pappas and Paul Versey are the guests for this episode, and they talk about Chris D'Elia and how he still manages to sell out tickets even though he's like quote unquote canceled, right? So this is called Oops.
If it's over a joke, it could possibly inflate, your ticket sales. But if it's over something behavioral, you're finished.
Kind of finished. I mean, we have got like 2 sold-out shows at the Beacon. I mean,
really?
Still doing this sold-out. Did something?
Whoa!
I didn't know that. Yeah. Wow.
I mean, he's not getting the full list of theaters. He's probably got like blacklisted from some really big ones. I assume because why wouldn't he be doing that? And he's doing these kind of like moderately big theaters because they're probably like, we don't really know, or they don't even know who Chris is or anything, or maybe they don't even care about Chris's past because they're like, hey man, he's not in jail, he's doing that, right? Or the things that he's being alleged of he's doing.
Wow.
I mean, his fans don't care.
Now listen, and it sounds like
he sold out 4 shows too.
Yeah,
that's a little weird, but
here's what you call Black Friday shopper. He shows up a little too early to the store.
You look insane. It's so there's definitely an overcorrection, but as long as we can realize it's an overcorrection,
that's what we got to do.
And it sucks for the guy who gets.
So Yanis here points out that D'Elia, regardless of whatever he did, there are women that are still seeing him.
I think all I'm saying is this is gonna sound cheap, but like, get just as angry as the dude born and selling out 2 shows at the Beacon.
I'm very angry at that.
You know?
I'm angry at that
show. You know who's going to that show, ironically?
Ladies.
Well, I'm opening.
That's not a neat and clean world.
The boy's mother ended up finding it.
Finding it? What do you mean? Snapchat goes away, right? How they?
He probably saved it. You can screen record, take screenshots.
You gotta know that that's gonna happen. So let's look at the comments here. Rogue name 1020 says, I've never known pedo makes the face. Brian says, you have to know that's gonna happen. You gotta know that that's gonna happen. It seems like Brian is looking right at him, almost like he knew what was up since they had dinner together more than twice. If you don't know that reference, that's the day that Chris D'Elia got exposed, and they didn't know what to say. Brendan was like, I can't talk. Brian had his eyelid surgery, so he had glasses on and his eyes were swollen.
Guys, sorry, I'm wearing my sunglasses.
Papa got his lids
had an
up.
operation.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, you haven't seen my eyes?
No.
Oh yeah.
Quite a crazy scene. Speaking about Brian knowing Chris might have been up to some no good. I mean, there's other examples that the people on the subreddit have pointed out. Like, one good example is Theo Vaughn and Andrew Santino discuss Chris D'Elia and Delia.
And that's it, dude. And somebody said he's been ordering blood on the internet and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, order blood. He does such strange things with money. We go to this coffee shop sometimes, and they have his order ready before he comes in because he goes on to take care of him. I said, "What do you mean you take care of him?" He says, "I take care of them. Don't worry about it."
What, child support and stuff?
Yeah, he pays their rent.
See, I mean, this is a joke, right? You can't be like, "Oh, it's a joke. It's a little ripping on Chris."
The 2 girls that work there pays their rent, pays for their kids' private school. It's ridiculous.
What Starbucks worker is sitting there getting
Janice? Unbelievable. He's got too much money, and so this should be a message to your fans. Rob him. Rob Chris. You go see him, pretend you're a fan. Go, I love your stand-up.
Yeah.
Psych. Gun out.
I'm gonna dress up like a 17-year-old girl, dude. Go into his place, fuck him, and then steal a bunch of shit.
Wait. He doesn't fuck underage girls.
No, dude, no.
You see that? That's a strange one.
I'm gonna dress up like a 17-year-old girl, dude.
Kind of hits a little bit of a magic number there. A lot of people, they try to defend Theo, like saying, hey, maybe he didn't really know, he was just joking, making jokes, and it's because also, like, gimmick on TV and movies that he does, he's always that character. He's like typecasted in Hollywood as that character. They rip on him like that because that's something that's, like, widely known. Like, Bert Kreischer being an alcoholic, Joe Rogan doing DMT, Theo Vaughn, known as the Rat King, and they told me I beat it.
Cure Down syndrome, bro. I beat it. You beat it. There's a lot of rumors in my town that I beat Down syndrome.
It's just like, they have their own kind of, like, characteristics and comedy that can describe him in a way you'd be like, oh, yeah, Bert Kreischer takes off his shirt. And then Chris D'Elia had the worst of all of them, which is the PDF file.
No, but
actually, that's funny. Chris is so far from being a pedophile.
Olive just turned 18 that morning.
Yeah, that was your birthday? Chris is so far from being a pedophile. Everyone should know this on the internet, by the way. He won't fuck someone under 60.
Yeah.
No chance. Okay? I've never seen Chris hanging out with a woman under 60 in my entire life.
He has that 43-year, he stays 43 years outside of possible pedophilia.
Yeah, he loves that.
And that's at 60.
I think that's to keep him safe, the more famous he gets.
Now, he will doctor.
You see that now? That was weird.
60.
I think that's to keep him safe, the more famous he gets.
That was a weird thing that Andrew said there.
Somebody bought that.
They went on him hard, and then they're like, no, he's not yet. He goes for the older age range. But then also Andrew said, hey man, I wouldn't even hang out with Chris D'Elia.
Yeah.
Mustard.
Yeah.
It's like mustard.
If it's on there, it's fine. I'll have it. But
yeah, if it's, I'll put it on every day.
Yeah, I'll put it on once in a while. But usually, when I see it, I go, it's gonna annoy me.
It's a little weird. You can make up your own minds about this, but yes, there seems to be people being like, hey, like, they kind of knew about this stuff. Some of them kind of, like, knew, maybe, like, they saw things and they were, like, not really sure, that maybe they're like, hey, maybe that chick looks a little, they just don't really say, that those guys, they don't try to call each other out for years. Explain your life. Now, sticking with Theo Vaughn, here's a clip that I saw on the subreddit. It says, PSA, this is an inclusive proof that CT can be contagious. Always keep a safe distance from Fat Patrick, or at least put on a protective suit before coming into contact. So let's watch this clip of Theo Vaughn looking weird. Last week I said there's something weird going on with Theo, and it seems like Theo isn't sober anymore. He's acting weird, more weird than usual, but who's to say what he's actually feeling at that moment? But this is what they think. It's kind of strange from Theo, the way he's kind of acting.
He went to South Korea, everybody. He's in South Korea. You can't make this shit up. He's in South Korea, and he's going to miss tonight's episode. But in his place is the young man who very well might eventually replace him full-time as a regular on the show. This guy was made a golden ticket winner. 5 penalty on the field. Taking it too far on red band. 5 minutes of silence. Okay, out of the bucket a second ago. This is definitely his first time on the show. I would know if I've seen this name before. Make some noise for Matt the Dump.
So yeah, that's kind of strange, this like, Theo wears glasses, or are these just like fake frames he wears? Because he always just seen without glasses. Every frame is gold, and then this, he just starts moving his hair around.
Taking it too far on red band. 5 minutes of silence. Okay, out of the bucket a second ago. This is definitely his first time. Out of the bucket a second ago. This is
definitely. Is it around with us?
You beat it. There's a lot of rumors in my town that I beat Down syndrome.
That looks like a zombie, man. But hey, say, Theo, I mean, you could just be all right. He's just goofing around. You don't know that. Here's a comment. Let's go to the comment section, guys. Big Shoot says, he's fucking tits here. Shrooms maybe is my guess. And quite a lot of them. If so, I think some addicts will justify doing shrooms as some kind of a spiritual thing and not an escape addiction thing. So who knows where his head's at these days. But I do know this fella don't look too good.
There's a lot of rumors in my town that I'll beat down syndrome.
Alrighty, guys. I'm about to end this right now. Let me know what you guys thought about this, and leave a like and subscribe.
This guy's rich and he gets Addies all day long, right? Tell him to make
Mr. Shaw show. That's just at the late episode of the Fight Companion with Pauly Shore, the Schmo. Eric Griffin is gone from YouTube, gone from the internet. Still, I think it's still available on podcast. So what led to the episode being deleted? Well, apparently it's because of Pauly Shore. So what did Pauly Shore do to get Brandon's episode removed from YouTube? Like, you know, what was the cause of this? Well, first let's talk about Pauly Shore, because for some reason, and he stopped by the Fighting the Kid podcast. Brandon wasn't there, so instead of Brandon being there, it was Brian Callen. So Brian Callen co-hosted with Pauly Shore, and this is probably the best bit that we got from Pauly being in the podcast.
Dude, how crazy that Brandon's not here. He would fuck up this whole episode. He'd be like, hey, like, what about the puss? You know what I mean? Look at my ear, bro. Check out my ear, dude. Are we going to have a party?
That's a great Brandon Shaw impersonation.
He's cool. He's actually very funny. Brandon, I know.
Right, okay, then he gives him a little compliments to not Chris Brandon. Based off of this, you kind of assume that they did not hang out or they did not do nothing after this because they did not show up in another episode, or Brandon didn't show up on Pauly's podcast. So it seemed like they don't really have a big connection. Like they didn't make a connection. They don't have any kind of rift between them. But regardless, Brendan invites Pauly Shore to the Fight Companion with Brian, the Schmo, and Eric Griffin. And as I said before, Brian could not make it, so instead Brendan was left alone because it seems like to me that he needs somebody to bounce off with, to make fun of, to make himself seem a little bit more better and funnier, and that person is Brian Callen, his dead horse, basically. He beats on all the time. So then, Pauly goes on the show. He looks really bored. He doesn't look like he wants to be there. Here's some of the actual core. Here's the Fighting the Kid subreddit saving some of the clips.
Is it
How much longer do I have to be here? Pauly's like, the middleman's next, right? It's 8:45, you said it's at 10:30. I bet you're out of here by 9:30. Yeah.
No, we'll have to delete some of the things that are on this video because of YouTube community guidelines. It shows a lot of stuff that I have to tell you that I do not approve of. This channel does not approve of doing any form of drugs. YouTube, hear me out, please. Don't delete this video. Right now they're kind of cleaning up, and they took one of my videos down.
Everybody's, oh man, you don't do that. Is there anything like that?
Eye poke, but those happen on accident. If you purposely, that's
okay. So you stay with
throwing shots purposely, that's messed up. Yeah, that stuff's frowned upon.
Well, I mean, that's in anything. You get to, you know.
Yeah, but it's tough.
Yeah, of course he likes it.
The dog's not even buying the pizza. Why is the pizza so hard? Come on.
You know, vomit all over your car.
Yeah, it's very strange. I don't trust that.
Schmo.
There's a lot of people.
Yeah, the subreddit is also accusing Schmo of doing some of the booger sugar there too.
Hey, got out early.
Wow.
Really?
Smart.
Yeah, it's so hard to root against this guy. Such a good guy. And he's way closer to having meeting those. And it's Tim Tebow.
It's weird in the comparison to the last guy how this guy has
Tebow was the most extreme. You go down on one knee and everything like that.
Terry should right up there.
Notice how this guy has zero booty compared to the other guy. Dude, like this booty, like somebody look at somebody
ass, bro.
Like, because you didn't see the last guy. His ass was just.
His house with the more juicy shit. 6 coffee. His elbows. No, I'm not rooting against Vanille. I like Charles too. It just sucks.
This guy's solo. Look at him. He's like at EDC. So yeah, they're pointing out the little facial movements and the mouth and all that stuff. You know, that's quite obvious when you do that sort of stuff. Mr. Shop. No, Paulie did have a couple of moments like this one. Paulie gives Papa the cold shoulder. Let's play that one.
Oh,
because he had it a lot.
He looks like he's in trouble though. Looks like
he looks winded.
Oh, he
heavy the tequila.
He just completely ignores them.
Oh, really? Heavy the tequila.
You know, Paulie just seems so done with the show. There just seems like there's no chemistry between Brendan and Paulie. There seems to be some sort of issue. Maybe it could be because of Bobby Lee and Paulie really likes Bobby and probably has some sort of resentment towards Brendan for Bull. But it would have been an interesting talk if they would have talked about that Bobby Lee stuff and Paulie heard about or got any word, but they didn't. Probably too much of a touchy subject for Brian there. Here's another banger. Paulie about to get the douche. Let's play this one.
Go to the comment, because I know there's going to be some bad comments about us.
You don't want that, bud. You don't want that.
You don't want that.
No, you don't want that.
So we don't go to the comments?
Yeah, you can't.
Jeez, never.
Good comments. Well, generate some of the comments.
Yeah, you put a couple, yeah.
Nah, Paulie, tell them. No, read comments. Let's see what they say.
Like that. There's probably some really bad.
Jim,
where you go? Why do we need to go?
Jim Jordan Olafson says, love you, Paulie.
See? Overson. Chase Fuller, Paulie is basically getting those Vietnam flash of Bradley Martin asking about the chat. So he's like, hey man, let me look at the comments on the fight cup, and he's like, whoa, don't ruin a good moment here. Oh, Sean, still here.
Yeah, I want to see the chat.
You don't want to see the chat.
I want to see the kid's got a chin. I want to interact. Give me the chat.
Oh,
don't tell us. We can just keep going. Okay. Don't just tell us because we just want to keep on our thing. Don't tell us. We want to keep doing our thing. I don't be.
Here is where Paulie finally makes his escape. Listen to that.
Paulie, if you have to jet, don't feel I'll get you safe. I'll take you.
Yeah, he sounds very excited.
Is this a good game?
Oh my god, I've never played a Diablo game before. This was fantastic.
It's out already? Is it scary? Those are the graphics?
Well, no, that's just...
All right, brother. Yeah, have a good set. Thanks for coming, brother. I get it. You put your face on.
Put your face on.
Molly Shore, everybody. Everybody say goodbye to Molly.
How dare you?
He really wanted to be there. He wanted to watch the main event.
Great, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, we didn't bring you to break down the main event. It was just a good time.
Like, come on.
Buster's like, no slice of pizza.
Imagine Brennan trying to analyze the fight while watching the fight. So, of course, Brennan is trying to copy Joe Rogan, old fight companion, and is trying to kind of emulate that, but there are no connections being made, and the vibes suck in that room. That's why the whole vibe sucks. That's why Paulie right away quickly left. As soon as the main event was about to start, he just left. I also got to take care of my dog. Now let's get to the juicy part of it, because this is where Brendan does usual read, and this one is probably one of his biggest. So here is that clip, the infamous Happy Hip Blow ad read from the Save This. Let's watch this.
Make sure he doesn't finish it. And make sure he doesn't cut to me when I'm yawning.
All right, well, it goes live.
I know, he's doing a switcher. You just don't cut to me. It's already been a
Casey. Yeah, if you need that nice, warm, balanced, good mood feeling, Paul, you need Happy Hippo.
I need a line of coke, dude.
No, we don't do that. We're talking about Kratom. We need Kratom, dude. We need Happy Hippo Kratom. It's the only price that I use personally for podcast.
Wait, you gotta cut that part out.
No, you're good, man. We're live, right? So it's all good.
Dude, this is a live read doing an ad, a legit ad for a company, and they're talking about drugs. Obviously, why didn't you delete this part? Or because, I think it's because of the sponsorship. It was like, we're sponsoring this episode. We're not going to pay you for this episode. So delete it. But I think maybe because he just didn't want to cut out the ad parts in it. If he would have still left it there, but he just completely deleted it all at once. So
you gotta cut that part out.
No, you're good, man. We're live, right? So it's all good.
Who knows what kind of situation Brendan's got himself into? Doing a live read with a chaotic man with Paulie Shore, completely ruining your financial situation.
Dude, it's the best. That nice balance, good.
It's also feeling. Saturday night.
You're right, dude, but that's Happy Hippo, yeah. I don't know if it's as good, but it's a different thing, right?
I would never touch them.
Shots, the butterscotch or sour apple. They have gummy powders. They have the shots for you. If you're interested, Happy Hippo. HappyHippo.com. Stick 23 for 20% off for life. That's HappyHippo.com. Stick 23.
With plum sauce.
Event's coming up.
And some plum sauce.
Oh, I like plum sauce.
Yeah,
you want it on? But also for those studios too.
No, for sure, Paulie was on one in this episode, and maybe the Schmo too.
You want it on? But also for those studios too. It's a tough situation for the studios too. It seems like you've never seen a fight in your entire life. There we go.
Like at YouTube, he's talking about Coca-Cola. It's Coca-Cola Classic, the most classic Coca-Cola. There's no way that the sponsor was happy with that ad read. And so Brian Campbell shows Luke the episode of the Calabasas Fight Companion being taken down, and he shows him the outrage. Like, somebody made this compilation of clips, and it's just so hilarious to just see Luke's reaction to this because he's like, we're talking about MMA. What the heck are you doing showing me this? Let's look at this clip. DC showing Luke why the last Calabasas companion was taken down. Sniff, dicey, sniff, dicey.
Oh, look, this happened on a podcast. Luke Calabasas' companion welcomed Pauly Shore and the Schmo. Let's listen to it. This is the Schmo. What the bro? We got Pauly Shore right next to me. Nice to see you, man.
Nice to see you, Schmo with the dough.
Bro, aren't you a bro or are you just a bro?
I'm with you, bro.
So who's carrying? Both of them are.
Want some more?
No. You guys want to switch chairs? Bring back the other guy.
Talk to me for a second, man. We're here for a fight companion. We're watching UFC. It seems like you've never seen a fight in your entire life. There we go.
So they posted this. Thick Boy they're getting the source from the Thick Boy channel, from Brennan's channel.
Hey, listen, it's not a toupee. You can touch all you want. You got a quarter?
Look at Luke.
Why did you include that?
What the hell is that? Look, what is it? You know they took that, they unpublished that video, they took it down off this thing. I don't know. There was a lot of Pauly Shore talking about cocaine.
Pauly Shore does like cocaine.
Which I sure does. Hey, how about that Ryland?
Yeah, man. It's crazy. Just look at the comments here. Kaleidoscope, okay, 5763 says, why did you include that? Because BC is the CEO of this whole shit, that's why. So, you guys know the meme, right? Brian Campbell, Ariel Hawani, CEOs of this great subreddit. I mean, guys, that's just one way of getting your whole episode taken off because of a failed ad read, a really bad ad read. And, like who here was more delusional? Chin, one of the producers that works at Thick Boy, Brandon, like they all thought that this would be okay for the sponsor to just just make it okay. Pauly Shore constantly talking about the classic Coca-Cola. Of course not. That's not their brand. So the Theobon subreddit post a Portnoy and this other young kid, the BFFs podcast. I have not seen it. And they have Brianna Chicken Fry, who I also don't know much about, but they all seem to be working in the same circle. Theo Vaughn did his run of podcasts, and he also went on Barstool, and he also talked to Brianna Chicken Fry, as you can see here. It seems like they had a great time. So it seems like the Barstool's team here, or somebody in their crew, is calling out Theo Vaughn. Let's watch this clip. Here's the post thoughts. Theo is just being funny, in my opinion. He doesn't have a hurtful bone in him. So let's look at this clip, see what they say about him.
The Brianna Chicken Fry.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah, she's interesting. What do you mean? She's interesting. Boy, she's got them. I didn't say it, but there's a part of me inside of me that said it. Sometimes there's a part of service, and he's like, guess what I'm going to say? Yeah,
Oliveira?
Well, she got him done. Yeah, she did. Boy, I freaking did one, dude. You give me fucking half hour and some of that Michelangelo clay or whatever. Let's fucking put a third one on.
Okay, it gets a little ridiculous there in the end. He says he wants a third tit, like in that movie, Total Recall. Seems like Brianna doesn't seem very flattered by the comments made by Theo there.
He's very infatuated by your tits, eh?
It's a tough clip.
Yeah, that's a tough. Not always surprising from Theo. Who's
That's like Theo.
I don't know. Probably. I don't want to say predictable. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Look at Dave. The subreddit, Theo Vaughn subreddit, calls out Brianna Chicken Fry because they seem to be pointing out a little double standard from Brianna here, because she says something kind of out of the ordinary, a little spicy, right? You might want to call it. So Star Home Laugh gives us a link to the double standard here that I'm talking about.
Would you fuck Theo Vaughn? I think no. What the fuck? Why? Would you? Every day. Okay, I think I wouldn't. What's wrong? Such a boy. He's hilarious. Would you fuck Theo Vaughn? No. What the fuck? I don't know. Would you fuck Theo Vaughn? I'm talking to the camera, but would you fuck Theo Vaun? I'm crazy? No, it doesn't mean just be truth, girl. Oh my god, I want to fuck Theo Vaughn so bad. Oh my god, I want to marry him and have his kid.
Do you guys think Theo saw this clip and was kind of trying to shoot his shot here, but in the most ridiculous way? I mean, you know, she said, like, she approved of Theo, right? She said, hey, man, I want to do him every day and every night. And all of a sudden, she hears Theo saying she's got these nice, you know, for Brianna. Maybe a bit of a trigger for Brianna, talking about her boobs. Maybe she's insecure about it, but also, you know, maybe she didn't really take this serious. Maybe at the moment she was feeling some sort of way and, you know, took it more personal than she should have, because, you know, right at the end of that, Theo goes pretty crazy. And, you know, that's Theo. He's always saying some outlandish shit. Let's look at this clip from Joe Rogan that they put of Theo.
There's nothing better than being in a pool talking to somebody and peeing at the same time and get points.
There's a lot of things better than that.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a lot of things. That's not even in the top 1,000. Out of all the good things, the smell of fresh baked bread is better than that. Maybe, dude. Without even eating it.
I mean, yeah, if you got a fucking kitchen.
Country boy, he enjoys the finer things like sling and something like that. You know, going through the field and smelling the fresh manure that they put in. It seems like a lovely day. I don't know. Theo has a lot of crazy lines, a lot of like this one.
You know, my favorite type of weed was cocaine.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what kind of angle they're trying to push there. I'm pretty sure Dave was also like, yeah, well, you know, that's Theo for you. And there isn't much to this. It's just, you know, Brianna just seemed uncomfortable there. You know, but, you know, like, I don't think Theo meant any ill will towards that. Also, the Theo Vaughn subreddit mentions something about Theo, the way he's moving, the way his mouth is kind of moving. They kind of suggest Theo is on one. Maybe he's back to his old self. Is this clip that I'm about to show you?
I remember I worked on this farm, and after it would rain, we had this big guy, and he'd go take his shirt off and lay on the cement after it would rain.
To cool down?
I don't know what was wrong with him. But we go smoke and watch him lay there. Beautiful. I mean, it was just, you know, it was a different time.
What it seems like the subreddit's problem is that Theo is doing this with his mouth.
Cool down?
Like,
that.
They're kind of like that, kind of clenching his jaw there. Let's look at the top comment here. Missed this episode, our boy Theo is smoking again. Saw him take a few hits of that hitter with Duncan. And he's also, yes, he's smoking cigarettes and he smokes cigars. Here's another person, Economy Waffers says, looks like a lot more than smoking nowadays. LOL, prized emoji. And, you know, it keeps going on. Like, this guy says, addiction is a bitch. Watch more Theo. He gives it credit pretty often. I mean, he is also touring, so it could be easy for him to get that type of things. And he's also talking to Roseanne, who's a freaking crazy person. Mr. Shop, last one, guys. So apparently, Toronto Raptor tried to post this on the Joe Rogan Reddit. He said that this video was deleted from the Reddit, from the subreddit. Here's Toronto Raptor OP says JRA Mox deleted it, so I thought I'd post it here. And it got it's getting some attention. Let's look at this clip. Joe Rogan doesn't do ads mid podcast. The hardest for me to master, and I try to think about it more. Is just getting good sleep. Have you ever tried one of those 8 sleep mattresses that cool you off? And that I use, it's basically about half of a rubber ball that I put in my mouth and I bite down on and I reps.
For your jaw reps?
Yeah.
Where do you do this? You do it in the truck?
My house.
Okay.
Like in my office. It sits in my office. I put it in there and sometimes I don't scroll things I'm on it. So I try to better my face. Try to literally, my jaw's gotten stronger because I've been doing it for years.
Strong jawline. That's a human characteristic that
you can just chew gum. I heard that using this will really mess up your jaw muscles. It could damage them. I'm not an expert here, but I heard that could happen.
That's an admirable. Yeah, it comes with strong jaw.
It comes from eating tough meat. For the longest time, people thought that it was genetics that shaped and structured a person's face.
What can you use that for?
It's good to take a plunge. Yeah? Take a plunge. It's like a part of the reason. Yeah, but they compared it to a freaking wolf. We ain't wolves, B. Look, let's talk about the first one here because I watch Your Mom's House and I know Tom has a mattress that he sponsors every episode. Have you ever tried one of those 8 sleep mattresses that cool you off? Everyone that uses is a game changer. Every episode, Tom starts with, I love my Satva mattress.
This episode is brought to you by Satva.
Now, let's talk about the jaw thing, and particularly the athlete part, the fighters using it. It's going to make them harder to get knocked out, according to Joe.
As an athlete, take a plunge.
Yeah, you can take a plunge. I can fight things. You know, I think if Cody Garbrandt should have used this, he would have still been undefeated in the UFC. It got shifted out to Cody just so he can keep being successful in the UFC. You know, with that workout, with that jaw workout, he will never get knocked out.
Hattie the baddie, you know. I like this dude. I mean, I thought this fight was entertaining. You know, he was almost hurt. He says he's a sorcerer, they don't get knocked out. He says he's a sorcerer, they don't get knocked out.
I'm a Scouser. We don't get knocked out. Now look, I don't know why they deleted this. Did it make Joe look bad? I don't know. That depends on you, right? Do you think that Joe is making a little bit more extra on the podcast? He is a marketing genius. I mean, not really like a genius per se. He's just like the brand itself, the show itself allows Joe or anybody else to show off their brand, talk about their brand with a wide audience, very diverse audience of people, and maybe giving people shout outs helps him, get it for free. Like, I don't know this game he's trying to do. Maybe that's the reason. And it's also very annoying too because I pay for Spotify, and whenever I try to listen to a Joe Rogan episode, and I got the premium, right? Or you got the premium, but regardless if you have the premium or not, they still show you a Joe Rogan ad. Any other podcast you watch, they don't do that. Why? Like, Joe gets like this special treatment. I don't know, maybe it's like other podcasts that got a contract with Spotify, but that kind of pisses me off when I get these random ads, even though I paid for no ads. Kind of seems like false advertisement there. But yeah, like that's, besides that, Joe maybe he's trying to get a couple free things. Mr. Shop! Alright guys, so I'll end this here, guys. Let me know what you guys thought about this. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.
So I saw his coach. Yeah, man, he's huge. But my 6-year-old's playing. He's like just some speedsters, just like that. His 3 coaches are all former All-Pro. Yes, that's funny you said that. True. Yeah, is that true? Yes. So I saw his coaches. I'm like, same. Our coaches and like Derek Johnson. I don't know that name. Like, oh, lady with it. The Derek Johnson. And another one, Charles, who's running back for Chiefs. I'm like, oh my, both of them are all pro in Boston. Yeah, those guys are fucking studs, dude. He's like, really? I'm like, yes. That's 6, dude. That's your coach. That's Charles. Jamal Charles. Shut the front door. Yeah. Brother, I gotta come back. I'm a Chiefs fan. Oh, really? I'm a Chiefs fan since I was 6 years old. Yeah. Just shake his hand here. Derek Johnson. He is, to me, it's fucking the greatest. So good. It's so good. I'm biased. He's coaching. It's huge. But my 6-year-old's playing just speedsters like that. His 3 coaches are all former All-Pro. Yes. That's funny you say that. True. Yeah, is that true? Yes. So I saw.
We could have done that in another column. I'm not sure I could shut up with much stuff. It's been 100%. Burkita Adonai Elohim Melech Olam Asher Kedishenu B'Mitzvot V'Tzvanu Al Mitzvot Tefillah. Baruch Shem Kavod Melech. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Melech. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Melech. So it's fully was of about 5786, Tuesday, June 9th. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Elodiver, Eliki. I am what this is what we live by. I've been doing this bitch 165 days. $37.61 creation of world growth by Adam and Eve. 36.31 South Son of Adam is born. 35.26 235 33.66 395 Mahalo son of Kian was born. 33.01 460 Yared son of Mahalo was born. 31.39 622 Hana son of Yared was born. 30.74 687 2 Zavach son of Hana was born. 28.87 874 Lamech 2 son of Methuselah was born. 2 Zavach. Whatever. Fucking
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Chia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. One, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find the series, you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkava, or Hechelot mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly, because in some ways they're going to link us to the topic we're going to be dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being, but one of which Judaism for lots of Holocaust behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just says, accept your fate and go on with it. It's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, although not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush or with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkava and Shiro mysticism are. There's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing these forms of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hechelot or Merkava literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and decoder rings, and not really decoder rings, but, you know, all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with what we would now call a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. And some of this literature, they're allowed to sit on the throne of God, which I always imagine, like, when you were a slave player in a recliner, I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in the throne of God. It's like a really worn out, like, greedy recliner that's simple that your, like, granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I know of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know. But you could, right? And Enoch, of course, is equipped who, according to one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you could do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring it, right? And you measure it in this parasang Persian unit of 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. It's left eyebrow and right eyebrow and left ear and right ear and all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts the divine body. And these numbers may make, although we really don't know. It's a very bizarre form of literature, very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that Maimonides actually might be arguing against the Merkaba or Koma literature in the Guide Complex. That might be the target, at least, of some of his analysis in the Guide Complex. Which, by the way, just to drive that, if that's the case, I think Menachem Kellner makes a really great case that it is. That means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream of it's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated and underplayed. I think that's incredibly important if it's true, and I happen to believe that it is true, at least to some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Sar Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think that these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, maybe on the outside of rabbinic circles, not quite the inner core, but maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sar Torah, the Prince of the Torah. And this angel would teach them rabbinic lore, laws, and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam, who's a C student, and asks if they can see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam, right? It's like, they're that guy. And so what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel will help them with their rabbi test, or their calculus test, or their German test, or whatever test they had to take. I will say, however, that if I could just learn the liberal arts by summoning an angel, I would have done that. And so, dozens. Right? History is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. Very little survived, right? When you write a book down on papyrus in Egypt, the odds of it surviving anywhere outside of Egypt are pretty low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted into Europe, surviving into the Middle Ages, in the world of the Hashdi Ashkenaz, for instance, the world of the German Pietists later. These manuscripts survived, which means at some level they were popular, they were copied, they were probably practiced. So we see them being used over and over again. We see elements of the Hechelot literature appearing, for instance, in Talmud. We also see elements which are appearing in the New Testament, which I don't have to remind you. The Jewish text written by Jewish people, right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hechelot literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these mysticism and what we call quasi-magic. I say quasi-magic because Sar Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. And when I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being to magically teach you stuff rapidly, right? You can't learn things rapidly normally. You have to download them somehow, right? Almost like putting a jack in your head and like downloading the information. The Sar Torah somehow has the ability to do that for you. So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed and links for us, at least at some level, the distinction between Merkava mysticism, where you descend into the chariot, to the Sar Torah literature in which you're bringing down an angel. And that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. And those two things are where we're going to move tonight. We're going to move in the direction of Jewish magic. See, just check those real fast and make sure that I'm not missing something in the wrong room or whatever. So 1 second, folks. Sorry again. No, okay, we're good. Great. Just when I hear like 5 emails go off all of a sudden randomly, it's better just to check and make sure I'm not in the wrong room or some other kind of mistake. All right, folks, let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? They present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic and the concept of magic is basically impossible to pin down. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple hundred years, maybe more than that. Really more than that. It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural means. Well, what about prayer, right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic. Here, right? Defining Magic. It's about 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature of about 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. And guess what? They all agree that you can. So scholars even today are throwing ink trying to figure out what exactly magic is, and it's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture at least, I'm just going to mean magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice, right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been othered. For instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. And they said, the Magi, they do weird Persian religion, right? We do theurgy, we do real religion. But those Persians, they do magic, right? They are magic users. So, right, ditto, right, with the witches, right? When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said, yeah, we do miracles. Well, what do witches do? Oh, they do magic. They do witchcraft. So you can see here, right, that the lines we draw about what's magic and what's not, what's a miracle and what's not, what's sorcery and what's legitimate religion, the line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control and who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other does, the bad people, the women, the Persians. When I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now in the 20th and 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day Wicca, modern day people who identify as witches, modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people who practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about tonight. So I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic, because you can't. You can't. It's much more problematic than that. Secondly, Jewish magic is a mess, because it seems like a contradiction in terms. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what Torah say about these practices, well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic. And the answer to that is, kinda it does. It depends on what you mean magic. So the most extensive condemnation that we see in the Torah of what we would now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now, there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic or something like magic is condemned. There are practices or really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right? And I've left the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterated here. So it reads in Deuteronomy 18, there won't be found among you one who passes his son and daughter through the fire. This is probably an indigenous Canaanite practice. A kosim of kosamim, a me'onim, a menachesh, a mechashef, and a chover of chever, and one who asks of an oath or a gedoni, and the one who seeks the dead, Dorish Mate, right? Now, what you see here, right, is I've maintained all those Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are, really. We don't know what any of them are. All right? A Me'onin might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word anan does mean cloud. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff, right? But what they do, we have no idea. A Mechashev, right? This might come from the word, Nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. A Baal and a Yedoni, again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. And how do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Tractate Sanhedrin and the Babylonian Talmud, is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed, and what's supernatural causation which is asur, which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous condemnation in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus, and that line, and I have to say, this line, Mechashefa lo techayeh, that line cost the lives, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages and the early modern period, specifically women. This famous line reads, Mechashefa lo techayeh, female magic doing person, don't let them live. Right? That's literally, and of course you probably know it, suffer not a witch to live, right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their death in the early modern period during the witch hunts. We think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 people, mostly women, were executed during the witch hunts. And that line, justified, they leaned heavily on that line, right? Because it's so brief and so terribly profound. Now, of course, we have this line, Mechashefa lo techayeh. By the way, you'll notice for folks who understand some Hebrew, it's in the feminine form, right? It's specifically targeting women. We do see other texts like Mechashefa, right? The masculine form over there in the book of Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy does both female and male magic users, but the line in Exodus specifically targets women. Right? That you can't let witches or female sorcerers or whatever live. Well, you can contrast it with other sections of the Hebrew Bible, which they allow to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. You just have to use a specific form of divination. This is to say the breastplate of the high priest has a device in it called the Urim of Urim. The Urim and the Thummim, right? This is some kind of divination device, although exactly how it worked, we don't know. There's a lot of speculation about this in the Talmud. If I say it worked, who knows what it really was. And of course, the other more infamous ritual is the Sotah ritual, in which a woman suspected of adultery, notice there's no male version of Sotah ritual, there's no men suspected of adultery who have to endure this, in which a woman is forced to consume a broth made of sand and ash and things, and drink this, and assuming that she's committed adultery, it would cause her stomach to become upset, and she would be executed. So the Sotah ritual, right, is also a form of supernatural causation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural causation. In fact, of the Babylonians dedicated to the Sotah ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural causation are illicit, while the other ones, right, being Me'onin or Menachesh, those are forbidden. So what do these words mean? We don't know. We do, however, get some clues, right? One of the great boons of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read Akkadian. Akkadian is the language of the ancient Babylonians. It's a distant cousin of Hebrew. And guess what we find there? We find cognates. And cognates are the jam of any linguist, right? Because if you can find a cognate in German and Old Gothic, right? And if you don't know what the Gothic means, you might be able to figure out from the Middle High German what the old Gothic word might mean. And it's just fantastic. This is a great thing. So, ditto, right? We find the Akkadian word, for instance, kishput, which does mean evil magic doer. And look at that, right? Look, we find, right, with the word right, you can see, if you know some Hebrew, right, you can see the exact same root unique to Akkadian. We can see there in Akkadian that we have a very clear word for sorcerer, magic doer. This is important, by the way, because if you read the Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible, Hebrew Bible, into Greek. The Septuagint actually translates the word makashekva as poisoner, pharmakeia, right? It translates it as poisoner. So they kind of up-translated to make it a bit more rational, but it's very clear from the original Hebrew that the word does, in fact, indicate a specifically female magic doer person. That's a really, really bad translation, but you get the drift from the Akkadian word kishput. Now, does the Torah condemn all magic? As we've seen, kind of not. It depends on what you mean by magic. You may remember this is image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the Kitzef Hinnom amulet that was found in a grave in Jerusalem. Well, why might you put in a grave for magic purposes? To protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites are an ancient Near Eastern people, and they mimic, they incorporate practices from the wider Near East. And so when you see an amulet written on silver with blessings on it, the natural leap is that this document is some kind of amulet to protect the dead, perhaps from evil spirits. Well, if that's true, and I think there's good reason to believe that it is, that makes the earliest section of the Hebrew Bible ever recovered an amulet, and therefore a magical object. Now, just let that settle in for a moment. That would mean that the earliest example of the Hebrew Bible that has ever been recovered is a magical device. I think that's profound. What's thinking about the history of magic? That means magic, and I find that to be profoundly interesting. Right, profoundly interesting. Now, does that put those amulets in those tombs were allowed to do that? Does that mean that they were operating within the normal limits of what was acceptable at the time? No. We have no idea. What we do have is a material history, and we have to deal with it as such. Right? It's not for me to judge yay or nay. All I can say is someone wrote a blessing that eventually became part of the Hebrew Bible on a silver amulet and put it in a tomb. And anywhere else we would see something like that, we would jump to the idea they were doing magic. Why not just let that speak for itself at some level? So here, the Bible is worried about what the Israelites are worried about when they condemn magic is less practices. They're worried about differentiating themselves from their neighbors. Right? These people do this, we don't do that. Right? These people do this, we don't do that either. Right? These kinds of people in our community. So notice that the condemnations here in Deuteronomy, they're about being people. Don't be a Kesami. Don't be a Menachesh. Right? Don't be a person that does that. It's not a condemnation of the practice per se. It's a condemnation of those kinds of people being in your community. And as we'll see in just a minute, right, many Israelites, at least one Israelite, a very famous one, had to consult with one of those people. So again, the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically. They're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Probably identity formation. We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theologically threatening. If you're moving in the direction of monotheism, right? Monotheism is in your wheelhouse, and you're moving in the idea that there's a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like monarchy or make people fall in love with each other? it seems like they have access to supernatural powers over and against the supernatural powers of your God. And that's worrying. That's a theological worry. Because if your God is the only God and the only one really in control, who are these people? And what are they tapping into? How do they have access to these weird powers where they can make someone fall in love with someone else, or make someone get a sickness, or cure a disease, or bring someone back from the dead? That's all very anxiety-producing. If monotheism, strict kind of monotheism, is ultimately where you're going, where God and God alone has those kinds of powers. And of course, you'll see that same anxiety play itself out later in, for instance, Christianity, but Christianity has an easy answer for that. Their answer is they're working with the damn devil, right? And if they're working with the devil, that's how they do this stuff. The Israelites, they've adopted monotheism, don't have that answer, right? Problem for them, at least before, at least at this point, prior to the apocalypse. Then later on, fallen angels will teach people all kinds of bad stuff, as you can see early on in the book of Enoch. The clearest account of magical practice among the Israelites is to be found, of course, in the Hebrew Bible. That's where else would it be found? And that account, of course, is to be found in the story of the Ba'alat Ov. You'll notice here, right, that we have that prohibition on consulting an Ov or being an Ov back in Deuteronomy. But here we have a person with a title, Ba'alat Ov. We don't know her name, but we do know her title. She is a mistress of the Ov. Now, Ba'alat is relatively clear. It just means Baal means master, so it's one who has control of something. The word husband in Hebrew, Baal, right, is just the one that's in control. Whatever. Aside, the Ba'alat Ov here is a mistress. She is a she, at least gender-wise, grammatically speaking. And she's a mistress of the Ov. Now, we don't know what the Ov is. It seems possible that this word is related to Av, and maybe roughly related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors, and therefore we might translate this word as something like the person who has access to the ancestors who are dead, right? Now that's a really clunky translation. The typical translation we'd use for that now is something like necromancer, right? Necromancy is manipulation of the dead for various kinds of powers, more specifically predicting the future. That's exactly what we have here with the Ba'alat Ov. But we don't know what this word Ov means, but I do think it's probably related to the word dead ancestors. These are special people that have access to those dead ancestors. So, you may know this story, right? Saul is in a war with the Philistines. King Saul, first king of Israel, is in a war with the Philistines, and it's going badly. Well, not only is it going badly, God has abandoned Saul. Saul goes to the legitimate forms of divination, the Urim and the Thummim. He consults them, and, well, God doesn't pick up, right? It's like when you, I don't know, you're in a big problem, and you call someone and they don't pick up, well, you freak out. Well, Saul freaks out. So what does he do? He goes to an Ov, right? He goes to one of these people, the Ov, and he consults with this woman. It's a woman character here. And she does successfully summon the ghost spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel. And she describes Samuel as emerging from the earth as an Elohim, right? She's terrified, in fact. And she says, I see an Elohim coming up from the earth. Now, we do see in other texts, for instance, in Akkadian text, in Ugaritic text, where the dead are sometimes referred to as Elim, as gods. In fact, there's a specific word for dead ancestors here in Hebrew, the Rephaim, who also seem that way. Exactly what the Rephaim are is mysterious. In fact, a new monograph just got published on the Israelite conception of the Rephaim, and I am really interested to read it because this is a very mysterious problem. Sometimes the Philistines are referred to Rephaim as giants. It's a really mysterious term in Hebrew. At any rate, the Ba'alat Ov at Endor does successfully summon the ghost of Samuel, the Ruach of Samuel, and of course, like all prophets, as you probably know, they have bad news, because prophets always have bad news. Never go to a prophet to get good news. They don't got it. If you go to the prophet bank and go to the good news section, it's empty. It's all full of bad news. And the bad news is, yes, God has abandoned Saul, and he's going to die tomorrow. And guess what happens? God abandoned Saul, he died the next day. In fact, he committed suicide dreadfully on the battlefield. So the Baalat Ov is a clear example of an Israelite narrative where magic works. Right? There's no question. The text, she's always depicted as preparing food for them, being very conscientious. She even says that when Saul comes to consult with her, that he's outlawed this practice, that she doesn't want to do it. He has to force her to do it at some level, and she obliges him. So the Baalat Ov is nothing like the crooked-nosed evil witch of Hansel and Gretel tales, right? Inherently malevolent and preying upon people. Saul goes to her. She refuses. He insists. She summons the ghost, and then afterwards, when he's terrified of his impending fate, she tries to comfort him with food and drink out of her own commissary, right? She's a relatively poor person, we can imagine. So the image of the Baalat Ov, and sometimes this term is described as the witch at Endor. I really don't like the translation witch at Endor, because the term witch is so loaded in our imaginary that it summons this woman utterly, we should call her what the text calls indicates that she's an expert, right? She's an expert at this, right? And clearly she is. Also, for my Star Wars fans, right, you'll recognize the name Endor. Endor in Hebrew, of course, becomes Endor in Star Wars, and there's a lot of weird Star Wars stuff in the Hebrew Bible and Star Wars. So anyway, so the Baalat Ov of Endor, it's very clear that the writer of at least that text in the Hebrew Bible clearly believes in the power of the Baalat Ov. Learn anything else about her? She comes into the story, she gets a few verses, and then she's gone. We never learn anything else about her. At the same time in the Hebrew Bible, there are a lot of weirdos, right? A lot of weirdos, right? The Bible's full of weirdos. The most weird, perhaps, are Elijah and his student Elisha. And these two guys are associated with all kinds of miracles. As you may remember, they're weird prophets from back in the day. They're called Ish Elohim, men of God. It's a weird, specific prophecy. And only times in the Hebrew Bible where the dead are resurrected are always in relationship to Elijah and Elisha. That's the only time in the Hebrew Bible. That's amazing, because the dead being resurrected is a big deal, because typically only God has power over life and death, and Elijah and Elisha are both respectively able to resurrect the dead, at least those recently dead. In fact, people can be thrown into a grave and jump out alive. It's really spectacular. By the Second Temple period, King Solomon, the son of King David, is also associated heavily with magic, specifically the ability to control demons. Again, remember in the apocalyptic period, angels and demons kind of burst on the scene in a way that they hadn't previously in Israelite literature. And these demons, these sort of supernatural malevolent creatures, or at least quasi-malevolent creatures, can be controlled through various magical means. And these scrolls, by the way, and also Josephus and Philo both recount tales in the first century of the ability of Solomon to control demons. Specifically, demons were used in the construction of the first temple. That's interesting and weird, because you have a king of Israel using a bunch of demons to control them, right? Specifically the demon Asmodeus, who's actually a Persian demon, right? Remember that Zoroastrian connection, right? Ashmedai is a Persian deity, a Persian demon, not an Israelite one, but he's imported into Judaism during the process of the Babylonian exile of the Persian period. So Solomon has the ability, at least early on, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, you probably already know, there's an entire branch in the Western magical tradition called Solomonic magic that carries this idea for people out there to the practicing variations of Solomonic magic that survived all the way back from the Second Temple period, that have survived into the Middle Ages until now. I won't say that they're exactly contiguous, but there's at least a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period in the apocalyptic period. And we see it again as early as things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon who can do some demon wrangling. Demon wrangling. Would you go to a demon rodeo? I would go to a demon rodeo. All right. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the first temple and the second temple period was kind of jumping, hopping with weird dudes who could do miracles. You may know Choni the circle maker, right? He was famous. I think this is my partner, Rabbi Alana Albert's favorite rabbi of all time is Choni the circle maker, who we had the great privilege at davening at his kever, his tomb in the Galilee. Choni, as you may know, is infamous for forcing God to make it rain. But not make it rain a lot, right? Choni said, I'm going to stand in this circle, and I'm going to stand here until God makes it rain. Eventually, God made it rain, but God punished Choni, made it a torrent. And Choni said, that's too hard, God. Turn it down a notch. And God turned it down a notch and made it rain normally, and Choni left his circle. This almost led to the excommunication of Choni, because the idea here was that Choni was using powers to manipulate God. That's a thing. How cool is that? Of course, the other guy that we know from this time period, the famous exorcist and Messiah, you may know of him. His name is Josh, Yeshua of Nazareth, better known as Jesus. Although I think calling him Josh would be fine with him. Yeah, his name just is the Jewish, the Aramaic word for Joshua. Of course, Jesus also engaged in a great deal of miracle making, predominantly exorcism. Jesus, if he were not known as the Messiah and the central chord of Christianity, would probably be known as a pretty famous Jewish exorcist. In fact, the majority of the miracles that he did involved exorcism. Another famous rabbi from this time period, of course, is Hanina ben Dosa. He was famous for a range of supernatural feats, including exorcism, but also teleporting, flying around. Yep, Hanina ben Dosa, according to the Talmud, could teleport and fly around. He also engaged in nightly duels with the queen of the demons. The demons have a queen, they have a king as well. Lilith is the queen, and Ashmedai is the king, depending on what text you look at. But Hanina ben Dosa was famous for all kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with the Roman emperors, always in the Talmud about him. Of course, we should also mention Shimon bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer, allegedly, of the Sacred Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah. We'll get to that in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon bar Yochai is also attributed to have committed a great deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that after hiding from the Romans in a cave for many years, he emerged from the cave and was so disgusted with the impiety of the people around him that fire shot forth from his eyes and killed a bunch of people. And he realized that his powers were too strong and he had to restrain them. And so he retreated back into the cave to wait it out. So we have something like Jewish Superman. Although the guys that think it's Superman were Jewish, so I don't know. Maybe the laser eye thing they learned in Cheder. I have no idea. I'd like to believe that Superman's laser eyes are attributed to Shimon bar Yochai, but I'm just going to go believe that. Here, of course, is Jesus engaging in the exorcism, his most famous exorcism, the Gerasenes demoniac, who Jesus famously threw into a bunch of pigs and ran them off a cliff. It's a really great anti-colonial read of this exorcism ritual that I think is really important. But that may be a story for another day. Now, you might just think, all this magic stuff is unique to a bunch of weirdos in the Galilee. Jesus and those cats are around with him. No. Rabbinic literature, the Talmud, is absolutely filled with all kinds of magical practices, including things like abjuration. These are magical incantations to be used against various kinds of demons. There are all kinds of demons in the Talmud. The Talmud is full of demons. It's specifically disease-causing demons. There are massive lists in the Talmud of lucky and unlucky numbers. One of my favorite discussions in the Talmud is in Pesachim, the tractate about Pesach, where you are told you cannot drink wine in pairs because that attracts demons. And if you wine in pairs, right, that can attract demons, and that's bad. So why do we 4? Well, you can't do 4 every single glass of wine with a unique action that interrupts some, so you're always drinking the wine odd numbers, 1, 1, 1, 1. Also, by the way, if you've ever wondered why we say on Pesach, welcome to everyone who wants to come, they can come in to eat, we always say that in Aramaic. Why do we say it in Aramaic, not in Hebrew? Well, the rabbis say the demons don't understand Aramaic. They do understand Hebrew, so we say it in Aramaic. See, the demons will get invited to our house, eat our food. Not kidding you, that is a belief in Rabbinic Judaism about why we welcome people into our home on Pesach. In Aramaic, not in Hebrew. Demons don't understand Aramaic. I don't know why they don't take a Bible class or a Duolingo class to learn it, but maybe the demons are very busy. Further, the Talmud is filled with astrological speculation. There are amulets and incantations, specifically, for instance, one against blindness. There's a pretty famous one there against. There's also a really famous one where you kind of engage in a duel with a demon and causes the demon to blow up if you do it correctly. They're evil. There are also even the accounts in the Tractate Sanhedrin of the creation of artificial people and animals. And we will be spending time talking about golems here in just a bit with the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, all of that stuff I just mentioned is considered completely allowable in the Talmud. You can do astrology, you can make artificial humanoids, you can banish demons, you can do all kinds of stuff, right? There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic in the rabbinical imagination, but what's really clear is that not everything is allowed. For instance, we read in Pirkei Avot in the Mishnah, right? The more flesh, the more worms, the more possessions, the more worries, the more women, the more witchcraft, the more maidservants, the more uncouthness, and the more servants, the more theft. It's a famous line from Pirkei Avot. But again, the more women are the more wives, the more witchcraft, of course, it's clearly misogynistic, but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? What men do, what rabbis do, summoning demons and making things. You see it, the othering, right? When men do it, it's witchcraft. And this again, here's an example of what seems to me patently a form of magic, right? This is from Tractate Gittin in the Babylonian Talmud. Gittin has to do with divorce. The rabbis taught, on coming from a bathroom, a man should not have sex until he's waited long enough to walk half a mile. Why? Because the bathroom demon is with him for that. And if you don't, good theory, epilepsy. If you go into the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features prominently. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves. They follow you for at least half a mile. But I guess after half a mile, the bathroom. And so if you have sex, the bathroom demon attached to you, then your children will maybe become epileptic. Is that magic? Well, it'll do until magic gets here. Looks like magic to me, right? Superstition, magic, religion, the boundary between all these things is incredibly fake, right? The boundary between all these things is fake. Now, if you're curious about if I'm just listing a couple weird things, I'm listing the least weird things, folks. There are far stranger things in the Babylonian Talmud about demons and magic that I have not mentioned here. The entire class just on Jewish magic. So you're getting basically a ton in there. Of the apocalyptic Jewish magic really goes international. That is to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. I may have to speed up a little bit just to make time. Forgive me. Jewish magic was, Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic, which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements were all muddled together to form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language. And an enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices are attested in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the papyri, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world. Both are using Jewish because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that have survived from the ancient and late classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you cast this into a fire to form a love, Fictiones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal. Curse people, you see amulets here that invoke angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, written on papyrus that is survived from the late classical period, early medieval period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the 3 skull devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull of a dead person. The skull incantations we have, I can pull it up for you later if you want to read the entire incantation, but 3 of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient late classical world, and these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body to do anything at all is completely unimaginable. The use of a skull to write an incantation on to harness some kind of magical powers would fill many, many ancient Jews with shock and disgust. And yet, there's no denying that all these forms of magic were being practiced by Jews. If you look at Roman world, you will find the exact same forms of magic being practiced by them. Lead tablets, magical amulets. The skull thing is kind of weird, but magic love spells, right? In fact, you cast this through a fire. If as this burns, may the heart of Rachel burn, for Rachel's name written on there. We don't know who it was, but some Rachel, pick a Rachel, any Rachel. But also we have named people here. Needless to say, right, just looking at this on the screen, people who say Jews don't practice magic, that's not a thing we do. Well, you got some archaeology to deal with. Like, really? Like, you got archaeology to deal with. There's a lot of this going on, right? And again, this is just what survived. If this what survived, you can imagine how much there was. You can imagine there must have been a ton of this going on. In fact, what's great about this one here is that there are spaces left for the names to be put in, which meant this was made commercially, right? So this device was made commercially, and then the magical practitioner would go in and add the names in later to kind of make it work. This is being sold. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shuk or whatever in the market from a ritual expert, and they would cause people to curse people or cause people to flourish or whatever. A very popular form of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also a popular form of Christian, Mandean, and pagan magic was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images typically of demons. Some of our earliest depictions of the demoness Lilith are found in these incantation bowls. They would be, you would draw an image of the demon that you want to bind. So you can see that these are bound here, or they're bound with, and then an incantation written around the periphery of the inside of the bowl, and then the bowl would be buried upside down, right, concave part down, in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in will be captured by the bowl. Right, it's sort of like a glue trap. Like glue traps on ice, that's really, really cruel. But for demons. For demons. So these bowls were meant to trap evil spirits from entering your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Of course, Mezuzah, are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they are in order, to make sure that evil spirits didn't enter the home because of a faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Kelsey Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Kelsey Museum on display. There's an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl for my Michigan people. Get down, go to the Kelsey Museum, see the incantation bowl. It's a wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrew, vaguely. Well, not everyone can read. So if you couldn't read, you might get the wiggle bowl. But if you could read, you would get the real incantation bowl with the real incantation written around it. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are written with pseudo-script. We can always tell who these are meant for because the Aramaic ones are always for Jews, the Mandean ones are the Mandeans, the other ones for Christians or whatever. So everyone was using these. There are thousands of these. If you get your chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They have a whole wall of them. So if you really want to get your fill of demon bowls, go to the Royal Ontario Museum and see them. I also say that one day if we ever do Tafia Arts and Crafts for the little kids, if they're going to do like Play-Doh, they should make demon bowls. It's like a completely authentic boogies and bobby. They're going to make anything. Let them make little demon bowls and paint the inside with monsters or whatever. It's a great way for them to put that under their bed to like deal with their fear of monsters. I feel like this is an authentically Jewish way of dealing with fears about monsters and demons by allowing kiddos to make these bowls and maybe have a bit of catharsis and magic. Well, I got 10,000 demon incantation bowls to that you got to deal with. Just as a bit of wrapping up, folks, I'm going to go through these a little more rapidly. We're coming close to time. Another text that begins to emerge at this time are exactly books of magic, right? Books we might call grimoires. These are books of magic. One of the more famous, very early ones is called the Sefer HaRazim. I've done episodes on my Esoterica channel on almost all of these books. So if you really want to dig deep into some of these books of magic, almost all of these I've covered in depth, 20-minute episodes or so on my channel. So we have this is a book called the Sefer HaRazim that was recovered in fragments in the Cairo Geniza. It dates to around the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries. It could be perhaps earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. These magical symbols here we'll see all throughout Jewish magic to use this magic to get what you want, whether it's winning horse races or gaining love or turning invisible or whatever. The Sefer HaRazim has a spell for you and it uses these various magical its angels by using various kinds of magical symbols. Similar, it allows you to rapidly learn rabbinic lore. Here we're having it used to do a lot more wider things, including things like turning invisible and healing people of sicknesses, and also cursing people with sicknesses because we do get salty sometimes. Another famous text from around the 10th century is the Charba de Moshe. This is an Aramaic magical book that uses a first section, which are long strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters, and then you would extract out of those long strings of Hebrew Aramaic letters certain sections. I've highlighted a section here that you would use for doing various things, and you would use those sections along with a magical spell, and those magical spells would empower those code words. And those code words would do all kinds of various things, like turning invisible, making people fall in love with you, cursing people, and turning invisible. The same kinds of things that most magical spell books actually do. They're pretty repetitive once you get into them. So this one's interesting because the sword of Moses is that long list, which are then extracted out and then used for magical purposes that I mentioned earlier. So the sword is actually what is going on. Used. Some of these magical words also show up in Christians, where they had the Jews translate some of it for them so that they could use the magical power as well, and then convict the Jews of witchcraft and kill them. But hey, history, dangerous place. other famous texts, right, are the Sefer HaYashar, the text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magic on certain kinds of days so that you can focus your magical power using astrology. Don't do astrology. Well, again, we've got some text for you to deal with. Of course they did. Everyone did astrology. So we have a magical text that uses magic to manipulate various forces of the cosmos to accomplish various ends. And of course we have the Sefer HaMalbush, which allows one to make a special kind of cloak or garment inscribed upon with various magic, for instance, summon an invisible army, which doesn't want a 7-nation army, or whatever, right? Your Jack White quote, Miles may vary, right? But you can use the Sefer, the Malbush, the garment, to do all kinds of magical things, and you write upon this garment with various kinds of magical names, name of God, and you fast and these sort of things as well in order to enact the magical power. I picked this image up, by the way, FYI, because this is an image of a Jew from the Middle Ages, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow device, but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So this, I just find this image interesting because he's forced to wear a identifying marker, but it's not the star of later periods, it's the circle. This is also in Germany, a sort of horrifying harbinger of things to come. Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic in history is the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is a name that means the secrets of God. A collection of various books, including Sefer HaMalbush. It's still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions, so you can carry it around in your house or put it in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic script from the Sefer Raziel. These devices are meant to allow you either amulets, which guarantee you various things like success or defense from magical evil powers. So again, here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, some of them all the way to the Greek magical papyri of the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year-long process of practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, but like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is, as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, then the book still has magical power. Then I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the Sfarim. So this book, the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, is said to have power even just having it. In fact, I have several copies lying around. And so here again, we can see these magical images, and this idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism. It occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, and it continues to be reprinted in modern books of witchcraft. Modern witches continue to use these magical images all the way down to this day. Jewish magic is alive and well. If you go into Haredi bookstores, you will find books on Kamayot and Sefirot, books on amulets, books on magical psalms to recite for various magical powers. You can find all kinds of books in the most extremely orthodox. I go into Lynn and Borough Park. I go into the very, very extreme Orthodox Jewish bookstores because I can blend in. I go in their bookstores and amulets, books of astrology, Sefer Mazalot. In the Haredi world, Jewish magic is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and those books are being practiced all the way down till now. It also survives in the liberal Jewish world, for instance, in the Kohenet movement. The Kohenet movement, as you may know, is a revivalist, sort of quasi-pagan Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestesshood, and magical practices in that world are also incredible. So that world, in the most sort of radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing world of Jewish practice, magical practice happening over there, and Israel, all the way to B'nai B'rith, Jewish magic, and the Haredi world. Magic's alive and well, folks. It never went away. It's always been there, right? It's always been there. How do we know? Because the Bible has to condemn it. Condemnations are always proof of practice. It was being practiced by Israelites. That's why they condemned it. The prohibition, almost like sure practiced, it's been practiced all through time. The earliest part of the Hebrew Bible we have is probably a magical amulet, some Jewish reaching back to extreme antiquity, to the very beginning of the Israelites. We have evidence of their being practiced in the Haredi Black Hat world and in the leftist world of the Kohen. It is here, and it will endure. It will no doubt endure. Some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some of these great books by Bohak Hariri. The text, by the way, is published by Wayne State Public. So shout out to Wayne State Public. It's down the street from me. If you want to learn more about Jewish magic, Kabbalah, biblical, excellent texts. So, welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism, free and silly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, primitive philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin. Thank you.
I am hyped. Dude, I've been planning this. It's right 45. I just thought that's your depth. Okay. Especially with the new grandkids, which is weird, right? We're not going to make it about followers. What was it before? There's a couple of the threads, and I agree. There's some about that. Just hope you get free reign on the mic if you mind up doing that for my house. I bet you they're going to have a little chat. Hey, Brandon, you know, Hoya and San Diego Club, what up, man? We in your club. Would you put Alice if he beats on and then Tom at the end of the year? Each top three. Top three. Maybe top two. But there's an asterisk if he doesn't beat Tom in a fight, because then there's an asterisk, right? Because he's beating John, who's his interim bell. So that means Tom was never a champ. So Ilya's being a bit soft. No kid choosing a crap talker, of course, is down spoon. Agree, but again, I think all this is good hype for the card because no one's really talking about the fights except for hardcores. They're just talking about the event at the White House, this bullshit lawsuit, Trump, this, who's going to be at the event, how much the tickets are, the safety, so it's all that stuff. How far can Dana go with some football boxing? I don't know, man. He needs stars. Stars, and it's a tough gig. So I'm going to doubt him. Ilya will sleep Justin. Hurts to say, but that's the truth. You're probably right. I have 2 tickets for the White House Fan Fest this weekend. We're still 100,000 people, 80,000, 100,000 people. To just that little outdoor venue. I'm pretty sure. What's her name? What's Homegirl's name? Lauren Sanko's the host. UFC or RF for Nebraska. Agree. RF for crushing Nebraska. Who's a current that we could think could slime out in 1 round? I don't know, dude. I haven't been like real training like that. It'd be disrespectful, but there's a few of your guys that I don't know. Do you think Braves can stop our dog? the season. They look good, but they've had unstoppable. Thoughts on the Brewers? Might have the best pitcher in the game. That kid's the fucking heat with the fastest ever. He hit 104 multiple times, 103. I can't get enough from baseball, so you guys know my baseball talk to nice questions. I love baseball. Yeah, I agree, but I think if Jones and Alex fought, Jones would dog walk him because the wrestling. But again, what version of John are we going to see these days? You know what I'm saying? Like with that arthritis in his hip, it's kind of out of shape. I don't know, dude. And Alex is at the bed. Maybe if someone retires, like let's say Gagey flatline and retires, maybe enough to that UFC girl. Oh my god, I love Laura. Just badass. And she's awesome. Struggle with opposing game plan. There's a few fights. Usually a mental thing, or as camp. Someone's giving bad info. It's not good. What would you do? You're in a camp if you took a fight. Nick's fan question: do you think we get BS boxing from Bo or does some combination on Sunday? I want to assume the best for Bo, and I assume some combination. 25-64. I feel an upset coming. Illy's getting dropped in the fourth round. That'd be wild. I mean, one of the biggest. Why were you surprised Josh Strickland's banned when you called it from the beginning? He wasn't going to be on this card. No, I knew he was going to be on this card. I figured you'd have him around the event. He's a middleweight champ. And the thing I got him banned, talking about Israel, I think that's a little weird. No. Say whatever you want politically. No, that's a little strange, no? I think Gage is getting a bad rap. I wouldn't be surprised if he upsets Toby or Ibuki. We'll do it live. Evan, we'll do it live. Odds of a press conference at the White House, not good. If Ilya sleeps Islam round one, do you think he's GOAT?
Here we go, folks.
What up from Australia? Damn. Bringing your live broadcast mobile Twitch kick. Man, I don't know, dude. Even this is a lot for me. Right? I'm getting used to it. It's going super fast. I don't know. I feel like Rumble, not so much Rumble, but Twitch kick is for the youngsters. I've had conversations with the kick, and I'm just too old to be doing that much.
He answered my question.
Just because he retired in the cage, no, because he knows that cash cow. If Conor and he get that fight, if you Vonder's career, nothing like that is way more than you think. Any more cowbacks if I can make in the future? Nothing planned. Now that we're in Austin, there's not a ton of peeps out there. Josh Thompson fired the kid yesterday. My youngest has an all-star game at 5 o'clock on Sunday, so I'll be rushing back to make the start of the White House card, so it's tough for me to do this stuff. Think Vaughn will be at the fights. I saw a list of people that get Steve do it. Is there
Only mode. Join. We did it. He answered our question.
If that fight goes 5 rounds, Brownie's hit up like by the sport. Thanks, man. You guys are nice. I was expecting you guys to be. Who has the best set of honeydews on free on the 250 card? Fucking peaches. Fantastic these days. Especially at Head up good BBL. Do you think Ilya moving to Miami and uprooting his whole life may have impacted his mental preparation? That's the last thing I worry about with him. Mentally, he's probably one of the best, if not the best. Brendan, can you let these guys know how good Shane Carwin was? I mean, you saw his performances. Freak. And he was hurt 99% of the time. But a horrible neck and back issues all the time. Which fighters team will be best prepared to do with our peeps? Bringing up the outdoor elements and shit like that. Listen, a lot of these guys.
Unique.
It's not the end of the world. Now, if there's rain and there's like heavy moisture
I
humid
like
out there and the mat gets slippery, I'm assuming the UFC is ready for that. You know?
Unique, you fucked it up.
But yeah, the weather isn't going to be an issue. Not a big deal. And that, so the Shane question was Gio off Ross 51-89. The outdoor question was Connor Sweeney 68-69. Outfit is crazy work, right? Right. Slow fit 97-35. Any chances RAF? That's kind of Dance's thing. If he wants to stay in RAF, he needs to chill out on that stuff.
Cancer on my couple.
JB 6791. Hey, Shopper, you still taking credit? No. Winning off of it? Yeah, we know that. Yeah. Your boy here is completely sober. Nothing. And these questions go freaking fast. They're not slow mode, so they keep it with fury, too. But if it's slow mode, it's going too slow. I think once. Alright, I'll turn it off. Yeah, they can get it back. It was kind of fun and fast as hell. Good lord, those questions were freaking flying, dude. Cats do it, huh? That's how cats do it. The alien of get personal is bad. I guess Justin was the guy who left his ass too. You know, start getting personal. Let it sell in the fight too. Just same year, if he wins, he's the best at it. We all know that's not true. If you've been following the sport for a long time, you know that's not true. But the casual like, oh, hey man, Floyd's not freaking being pound for pound greatest ever. Like, oh, I don't know if that's true. Is anyone who's in this chat going to the actual White House events? Like, I've seen them as having a ticket. It's 1.5 million. They got a new Trump, so it's actually where they went. Is anyone going to like the festivities around it? What's going on here? Anyone's actually going to the event? I go by myself. I'm going to bring my family just in case shit pops up. Just in case. I'm not saying anything's going to happen, but definitely not just in that situation in my life. But I'll go by myself. Or I'll go with my boys. You know? I'll go with my boys. You have minor issue? No. Because I can't see the questions. I can see those now. Dana's saying Alex can. Okay. I would be mean to your real fans. I know people. I'm used to that. I came up with the internet. It's never been nice to many people. That's all I'm saying. So I appreciate you guys. But that's why I started clubs to get really good friends. Right? Dana saying Alex could be the goat after Sunday as a bit of a stretch. It's a stretch. I mean, there's a conversation for it. I think the issue is it's coming out of his mouth. Like if Ariel said it or Thomas said it because they don't have, you know, they weren't Blazing John. It's just weird coming out of his mouth because weird. He was just riding up in the goat, was riding John for how long? He's having to come back and I said about Paul talking. It's weird coming from him. There's a debate for it, but there's an asterisk because Cyril's never been champion, so you know you're being a guy who's not champion in order to get an interim belt. He has to be Tom to be considered one of the greatest. You know. Let's see what else. And that's from Shane. I'm a bad job reading your name, so I'm sorry. It's my first time to get that. So that's from Shane Sutton 7061. Nolan Snyder 8861. I still go back and watch the hot clip challenge from Cats every now and then. Too damn good. Dude, do you remember that hot chip challenge? How big that shit was? You remember that chip? I'll be honest, man. I went home, my girl did it. She's Mexican. She freaked out. tell you what, the issue, it was hot around the field. It was Jonathan Patterson, 54 said, what is the eating situation on a big fight day? Load early, light day, also what was your go-to post-victory celebration meal? What was the eating situation on a big fight day?
He answered the question.
It's different for everybody. I'm sure these guys in the card, it's different. But my coach, especially Lauren Landau, he would just like eat anything because your nerves are so bad, you can't really eat. I'll be honest with you, it's hard to eat. My favorite post-victory celebration, pizza dining. We're not hybrid. Not sure if you saw my English earlier. Can we get a fan event in Austin in the future? We agree with food trucks and fights in victory. Fly from California. I'd be down. Show up, you know. But I'm down to do something like that if you guys want to figure it out. At Diesel 1718. What's next for LA after he flatlines Justin? Arm circuit. That's the best fight the UFC can make. Arm circuit. King Quincy says, non-UFC question, top 3 horror movies. Dude, I loved Black Phone. Absolutely loved it. Maybe because I watched my son police watch all the time. But Road Trip, I was too young for that, but he loved it. Black Phone. The scariest movie to me was list is Sinister. Sinister's fucking terrifying. I like all the Conjurings.
He read my fucking thing.
All those Netflix series too.
A long time ago, I'd be like, no, dog. I was giving you some alpha.
KG, go. Papa, I was watching Ron Wiseman Pride Fights last night. This train was shaking. One of my first times ever training outside streetcar. Right, I was training in the gym at my altitude. He took me up to Greeley to train with Ron Wiseman. He told me, he goes, hey man, this guy's old school. He's really rough. Be careful. Right? He was big, but I was fast. But then we started doing jiu-jitsu, and I was in his guard, and he took my head. He was so he took my head. He had this big pads. He smashed my nose. I thought he was going to turn my nose. I was so embarrassed. Shane could not stop laughing. He's like, dude, he did that to me. I'm like, but you tap somebody up with intense. That's Ron. He's true. Kim, Mem, CR, Saturday and Sunday Fan Fest concert Saturday night looks cool. Lunch party Sundays. A bit too crowded for our sake. Yeah. Listen, if I'm around the area, I'm gonna stay home, man. It's just not worth it. I'd rather not. Charles Delia, thoughts on how to get his athleticism in person? Yeah, that and his menu. Those seems pretty checked. It's like it's just not pretty checked. It's hard to compete at that level. Just sit there playing pretty checked. Gets help. So I think that is he doesn't want to be in there. If he connects out of sheer fright and trying to get out there, that fight's over. I don't care who he is. Jim Martin, MCR says it's supposed to be right at the White House. Yeah, dude. Shane Sutton, 76 months show recommendations. Watch Attack on Titan, trust me. Watch Attack on Titan. What's it on? Charles Delia Hunt says, I saw Hunt get for an hour. Let's do it. He's a running back. 215, 18. A lot bigger now, a little thicker. He great for it. Chris, going to the Fan Fest. UFC fighter Cole Miller coming up to visit too. Cole's great. Great mind you're doing with your Cole's fucking awesome. Have fun at the Fan Fest. Be safe with that ice way. Crow, 5-5. How dare you? Hot take. Ilya hasn't beat a legit lightweight. Charles Oliveira's not lightweight. I can be entertained. I can be entertained. I like this real. That's not Josh up. I assume you're going to be fine. Can you keep scrolling down, Chip? Okay. Slow mo is off. Chat away. Drew Leon, my best friend played for the Cowboys, lives in Frisco. I don't have any of those family. In Texas, still outside Dallas, like years outside of Fort Worth. Where did Josh Thompson say live? Something like that. But there's outskirts, like sticks. Big ass houses, man. Prices. Like I saw houses. I was 20 years. Okay. Let's see. Sean, are you gonna keep doing T-Pack here or is Brian wearing you down? No, I love Brian. We're just doing very careful. Just gotta spice it up. Pete, Jarena, 2099. Justin, that's my favorite thing. Dude, you can't say because I'm wearing a American flag. Then also Jeremy says Josh O'Kid had a great interview with jail the other day. He was told to tone it down by his team. He's okay. Very listen with. Her name is Gemma. My bad. Gemma, listen, yeah. That's my thing. We have a similar friend, man, who wants to do their show. I'm down if he was doing real interviews. I'm a fan of him. I think he's really fun. I like watching. Yeah, I agree. I think he's being normal. To know the real Josh O'Kid, you just can't do the act 24/7. Bring it down. Your job happens and you're trying to figure out why this like it's just how arrogant he is.
One guy was slapped up. Freaking.
Disagree a little bit. The reason why the arrogance is okay for Elias because he's walking and to get to his level, like what he's trying to achieve is so insane. There has to be a level. There just has to across the board at all sports to get arrogance, especially for him. It's gonna be tough to reel that arrogance in as well because he's predicting these knockouts and it's happening. So that's feeling this fight. That makes sense. So I'm on the elite train still, but I can understand how people are trying to 100%. Progress is exactly what he means to win 45. Fair point. Fair point. It's a fun competition. Nolan Snyder, 88-61 guys seem invincible, then they get knocked out. Because when you get knocked out, trust me, you get knocked out, it makes you realize, oh, I'm not special. So I'll let you know. I ain't gonna check.
Bro, one guy was getting shit out of him.
Texas, Kenny Prosper, Grapevine, all great places. Kenny Prosper, Grapevine, all great places. Shane Sutton, 76 says Attack on Titan is like Game of Thrones and Breaking Bad. Dude, what's it about? Just, I don't need the whole plot, just give me a few words. Here, John Conrad, the sad wife for Lactus says, it's better in Fresno. Yeah, San Antonio's dope.
There he is.
Hotels there. San Antonio's good. And if you have kids and stuff, you say shoot your wife. If you have kids, you give some tips. San Antonio's very good. True. 1480. Do you think Colin has a real chance? You had him on T-Back came back in the day. Is he completely different human now? Illegal stuff, the drugs, everything you still. Still DM every now and then. Not super close with him. I'll say something. He's been through some tough times. Is he different? Yeah. He's older. He's a dad. He's married now. He found faith. So, that being said, being off, basically having been fighting 7 years, off 5 years, coming after a horrific injury, that like injury history 16th, that UFC blade. What's your next card trucking? Can I wrap it? Are you in Texas, dude? You can figure that out. I was looking for wraps, so appreciate you. Right now, my project's my Ram 2500 AV cover. It's in Fort Worth right now. Oh, I don't want to call it the shop. Truck up, but it's at a great shop, never turbo. Randy's transmission. That thing's a beast. I've had the truck in 5 weeks. The shop's the shop is $20.99. You start giving your kids great. About 6 months ago. Did you talk to your doctor about it or not? I don't really see so much data, but like you said, it's right in the red meat. Yeah. I started 18 months ago, so I'm going based off my dumbass. So I'm not recommending it for everybody. Kids always seem hydrated. Like if you give a kid red meat, straight red meat, it's good for the brains too. So it's good in many aspects, not just muscle. Your job hybrid. Say welcome, Stevie G. Rodriguez. Welcome. Slab at 29.55. Welcome, Raul Lopez. Welcome, Big J. 826. Spot voice. Let's see. Your job hybrid says, how nervous were you? Scared of Pro Cop's left kick before the fight? Not that scared because we were so easy. Just a slap at 2055. He shot with the show in the West. 2.5 years. I went from 366 pounds to 178. But that more muscle off sticks and what? Some suggestions. Creatine to help you obviously high protein diet. The real shit like testosterone, TRT, peptides, and help you get shit side things too. Without spoiling Attack on Titan, the best plot twist. Man, but what's it about? What's it about? You know what I'm saying? It's like a horror movie. Let's go over and talk about it. Stevie G. Rodriguez, what is better for the UFC? Justin beating Hilaire or Conor beating Max? Yeesh. Yeesh. Buddy, what a fucking question. God, here's the thing. I was going to say right off my top of my head, Conor, but both don't have one, right? I'd say both have one. I'd say Conor beat Max. Because just Ilya still has a lot left to do. UFC, Max has had his reign, you know, to beat Ilya would be worse for UFC, so Conor beat Max. Raul Lopez, I'm in LA, but I'm playing flight away. Oh, for the rap? Dude, that one was the rap. Peter Torino, 29, what tides are you currently on? IGF-1 long, BPC 157, glutathione, and TRT. Gemma, non-final question. Are you the kind of parent taking your kids their first car when they have to get a job to contribute to its payment? For sure, we have to get a job. Or if they're like, if they earn it through good work in sports and performance in sports, Nolan Snyder, 886 Attack on Titan, the anime. Brennan ain't watching it. Facts, dude. Facts. You know, if it was like kid friendly, I would watch it, but I did watch Marvel Zombie with my kiddos. That was fucking awesome. Your John Hybrid, by the way, thank you for the Porch episode on Garrett's gonna watch it. My dad, he loved it. He got to hear out. He has 69, 12 Porch. Nothing better. Good for you. Waves James, Gearhead's Gone Wild on Tuesday was great. They had the car show. Killed it. Thanks, man. We'll know end of June if they're gonna. That was the point of it. Like, I grew up watching those old school car shows and all that stuff. So I want to do a little bit of that. Brad Hannon 6635. What's up, Sean? Can we get Theo's dad, dog, the bounty hunter, to break it down about his card in front of me? Let me call him Batman, dog, the bounty hunter, man. Long Island Shock Jock. Who's that guy next to Jen? That's my boy Tyler. What's up, Brownies? Chrome 55. Really wish we got it whenever a while. I still think it'd be wild if we get it after this. Man, even if they both.
Who the fuck is Tyler?
If they both win, it's for a tie. Unless 0826. No. Sibu 0826. Love the show. Been watching the years. Thanks, man. Yeah, great answer. Keep you away. Shut up every time. Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, it's tough because they're like both even sports where they can't get a job. Well, their job is sports. You know, it's high school. But out here, high school sports are wild. So wild. I'm trying to answer all of them. There's just too many. Yeah, this is our learning lesson today, so we're just learning. Yeah, no, and this will get better and better. Plan is due 2 weeks. It's a slow week. We might again on Friday before the White House. I know all the politics and all that bullshit isn't over. I can't. When's the last time you couldn't wait for UFC fight? When's the last time you waited like 4 days, 3 days, 2 days? Shoot. God, I can't wait. I can't wait. I think it's going to be dope. Andrew Casablanca, G Force. Welcome, Big Dog. Thanks for joining, man. Love the show. Keep Nick and Jim forever. That's Drew Casablanca, G Force. Keep Nick and Jim forever. Snyder 886. When you show Deep Waters with Dustin Murray and those guys is actually really good. I would assume. Like, obviously, boys, Dan Thomas, one of the best minds in the game, does praise. It just doesn't get out there, right? PB Greg's 38-0. Damn, late. I missed it. No, you didn't do it. We're in it, bud. You're in it. You didn't miss anything. Fire away, pal. Fire away. So we do this for an hour. Run for about an hour. I know, but we're going to do it for an hour, too. All right. You're in it, dude. You're John Kyber. Are you excited for the final season of House of Dragons? Did you enjoy that in Seven Kingdoms? I did enjoy Night of Seven twice. You just gotta know when you're super slow. That last season of House of Dragons was kind of bullshit, right? Give me more goddamn dragons. Mom's up for Strickland. 60 DM. Oh, I've got a new band. Sure, tell what's up. Give me a good fucking deal, dude. Heard of Jack Hybrid first round had non-members had some questions too. That's why I was crazy. But Jim took care of it. Okay, still learning. It's Seth. Oh, my bad, dude. Fight question. How do you see a fight between yourself and Jake Paul? That was awful, dude. Non-fight question would be, so Ryan serious about hair transplant? No, Ryan. Hey, sign me up. Boxing, I'm having a tough night now. So that's all it is. Yeah, what can you do? You gotta move on, man. I'm like that famous. It's like you're my assistant. If you're gonna do that, it's gotta make it you should have an intern for or something. Like me, it's like that can't be the coolest thing.
Oh, there it is.
Jaguar 11. Yo, this is dope. Thanks, dude. I have no idea what to expect. Drew Loya 48. See you love question. How do you feel about it? Yeah, there's a lot of beef in the scene going on because of it. Not the biggest fan. I'll say that. I won't get into it. I think he's much more with college. Cuts it back on G4s. I'm with the other dads here. I got two little girls, 7 and 2. Love how the baseball doctors come out and see softball. Ain't nothing but a bunch of kids play sports. Hands down, dude. I hope my baby girl. Softball ain't full of lesbians anymore. Big butch girls. Like, you watch the college series, I can't. I love college softball. Andrew Raya, 2564. Do you have any restrictions on your kids' first car? Are they driving crazy ride? Thank you. All the time, like, man, all those tigers, like, Dad, you give me a TRX. Your first car is not going to have this. There has to be some restrictions, but it has to be a cool ride. Toss out turbos and superchargers and build trains and shit. Punk on T. Yo, Brad, I've been watching for 6 years. I'm 24. Wow, man, so I'm 18. So I wonder if you have any ghost stories that are scary as fuck. If you have any psychedelic experiences. Nothing psychedelic. Ghost stories? Me and my girl went to New Orleans. Stayed in the most haunted hotel you've ever seen. Hospital, like in the 20s. She heard about something all day looking at fucking ghosts. I was like, dude, that's a ghost and touch my wiener. I'm not going to do shit. Raul Lopez, LWC 60D. I'm talking to Coast. Good matchup. Jaguar Paul 10-11.
No way.
The change because I said that when it was first announced. I think I was able to open up the house card. And as things started going, I was like, okay. And there was just no hype. There was tickets for $88. Things was sold out. When you think of the White House card, dude, it's just going to be better. Jaguar Pro 10-11 because the Netflix card was trash. Wasn't great. King Quincy, damn it, they said Sinister. Black Phone. That was so random. So how they put a number how do you do that? No clue. That's a different punk. Low and white tee. That's a big rap. It's a good kids is expensive. I don't think I've seen Nick Simmons in a handful. He can wrestle, he's strong as shit. He wrestled in high school before. Brad Hannon 6625. Did you have any fight offers from UFC after the Travis Brown fight? If so, who was it? Let's take it. No, because I told him I was going to cut to 205. I started cut down to 220 something. And I was going to and then I thought I was going to time it until then. I think I just told him something. Crow 55. Fuck, how would you feel about it? Better. She's crushing. She's still a little funky, but getting the huge started chanting. She's doing great things for asking brother. How would the fight Brock have gone? The reason why I wanted to fight Brock is because Shane Carter. So, and I knew how big Shane. Not that I had sometimes, so I'm used to the bigger bodies. Because that's what Jaguar Paul 10. I was just watching that episode with Josh and shit. I missed the live stream. That's right. You know what? Right now, time to win. against UFC 250 freedom weight, so just roll with it. Because I'm fighting a kid, and I got this too. So a lot of content. Drew Casablanca, G4s. When's your next beer knuckle content gig coming? It was good on the mic, thanks, man. I love doing this with Jimmy Smith. I think I just talked to him today. The next one is September in Miami. I gotta get both in tickets, by the way. I don't know. And then they're actually on yours right now. They're trying to get it done out there. And I think they go to Rush in October. Right, I'll go to Rush. I'm back here in the DR. Let's see. Zev 1826. Would you rather fight in the prime? John Jones or Brock Lesnar? Jaguar Paul, 10 some big round breakdown. Also, yeah, be out right now. Is it out right now, Jim? We're just terrible time. Charles Dillon, will you make picks sometime for the White House this week? Need that parlay. Yep, I'll do it Friday's show on the Big Round Breakdown, and then we're doing a live show on Friday again. So I'll do one there as well. But need that parlay, dude. You want to take my advice? Right? And shit like that. I like Chandler as a dog. My favorite as a dog. He's a bloater. Not a bad bet. He's overrated. Bad cardio. He gets takedowns early. It's a long day in the office for Huffy. Kayla says, Hunter, wifey.
That's a chick dog.
Trump hits weekly. We've got back to making picks, right? We've given a lot of shit about making picks, but we start making them again. Raul Lopez, LW6TT. One thing is about California. You know what? I haven't found a good mechanic on it. And my boy Bruno at St. Motorsports is the best I've ever had. He's my good top friend of mine, and he's the best mechanic in Warhammer, which we're swapping LS into it right now. I miss him. And all the baseball dads and certain friends. King Quincy. Oh, these are your picks. First Continent, agree. House of Wax and Weapons. House of Wax, so underrated. I bought that movie on DVD when I was in college and watched it over and over. Weapons is good. You know what? I need to watch it again because I was watching it in and out. My kids kept coming in messing with me, so I wasn't that focused on it. Yeah, people love Weapons. I loved it. I loved it. But Ozark's my favorite. I like watching it. I didn't know that. I want to see it back. I know Bruce's back is great. Looks up tonight. All right. Shane's on 76 won't figure it out. Nah, Brent, please send me because I'll check it out. After show by, so stoked to be here. Damn, I thought this, I'll be honest, I thought this would be terrible. I did. I thought 5 people would show. I thought this was a bad idea. But here we are. I love it. Andrew, 2564. Love all the dad sports talk. I got 200 rules. When would you start throwing sports? Is 4 too young? My oldest needs to get that energy up. I know that's a thing. I think for me is too young. T-ball at 4. I think down to about 6. So I might be a bad person to ask on this. 4's tough, man. They're just young. They're there for fun. They don't really understand a lot. And it just gives them something to do. Jack Stapleton, 73-37. If anyone's hating on UFC 250, can you remove them and can't? There's much hate on there about UFC 250. Maybe I just don't see it about that yet. Estona. Trump said they're not taking the ring down. In that case, don't you think they'll run it a few times? Guarantee they take the ring down. It's a fun thing for them to say, but if they don't, you have to work to be back here. Actually, how long he's in there to 2028, so we might get another one, but they're going to take any place switch the song, it goes back to the Browns, big Browns, 2017 nostalgia. keep going back and we have people vote. They want the original, so I hear you. We got that shit in the stick in the UK White House card 8 a.m. Monday morning. Sorry. Raul Lopez, most branding thing I've ever heard. Even it's about conflict. The guys, it's super gay. The guys, the Dodgers game, driving to San Diego for the Padres game. Baseball dad from Michael Carey. He's the fucking best. The best. Zebo says shout out to Jen and his new girlfriend as well. Right? Yep. Jaguar Paul 10-11. Who the hell is that new guy talking? It's my boy Tyler. So he shoots like all my promo stuff, like all the commercials you see. He's the man. Capone 5696. Nah, this is amazing. Live might be the way to go. You think, dude? I feel like I'm just fucking rambling with you guys. Crow Girl 55. Free to be on Media. Yeah, I love that show. I've done some more hunting out here. It's still not my show. They gave me a 2-day notice, but it didn't really look up. It's anime. No. We love you, big dog. Thanks, Jaguar. Stephanie, you went on here, man. I figured I get so much fucking hate. At DD, cool B1. Brendan, do you remember when Kimball was like, we're black, was a piece. Yeah, dude, his anniversary was just like, I think, last week. Mariah G, female brownie, no question, David. Just want to stay up in a fan for the last 8 years, keep everything. Thank you guys, man. This is better therapy, which has been too far. Brad Hannon 6625. Do you have a favorite moment from the Viking fans? Mine is when Eddie went off on Oculus for an hour. When Tiger Smith turned to the giant right wing. Oh, but those are two different things, right? Like, my Cowboys Viking fans were different than Rogan's. Rogan, there's so many times, there's so many moments, dude. When Avery Brown was going on conspiracies, he's backed off of that, which I wish he would, because he's the best. Dice Game Network, real quick. Where did you get that US button up? Dude, my girl got it for me off of TikTok. Kiddos. When I came out today, they were like, what the hell are you wearing? I was like, you did? And they're like, Dad, we need those. I'm like, I'll pick some up. I think it was like $14. And it's real denim, baby. After show BL. I love some of their fighting videos. I know it's just tough, man. I figured it out. Jonathan Patterson. 5477. The UFC definitely went through a dip, but ESPN didn't do many favors. I think the UFC is actually killing right now. Yeah, there's a clip going around online. Shop says UFC's never been worse. Dude, that was 4 months ago. You know, it's just clickbait. It was not a clip from the fire. The kid, I was talking to Brian because he was like, UFC's killed with this $1 billion deal. That was actually never been worse. I hated it when they first came out there. I thought, you know, we're getting super water. When we get there, week wet. Now they're killing it. Killing it. It's like you can't criticize UFC in any capacity. People are like, oh, Sean hate them. I just call it like I see it. Now they're crushing it. I agree. It's been doing any favors. Karen B. 140. What's it mean when there's a little like purple crown? We don't know live chat. Do you have any plans to visit the UK again for any sorts of tours? Again, I've been stuff with my kiddos in the schedule because all the freaking sports. I have no weekends off. And I love it, but I hear do miss some of my stuff. Underscore Stone, I love this damn thing's love. Question: if Chandler wins, finally years. Promising, yeah, guaranteed. If Connor's KO, I bet he fights Miller because that's the biggest fight that can make in the history of the UFC. But if Chandler wins, I can see Chandler and McGregor fighting no matter what if they both lose. Nolan Snyder 8861 out of 10. How many times do you think Ray beats KG? That head kick was as far. I bet it was 5-5. To be fair. Peter Jordan, 2099. I live in Buda, right outside Oscar. Kids go to Westlake. Travis, sweet high school's coming up. Lake Travis, like that. We visit, I like that. I feel like Beverly Hills. Great place, though. Lake Travis, I think. After show, Brent and I split up video of culture from Kansas State and Tim Dillon Ritter, new household. Congrats. Tim Dillon Ritter, moved to the summit. Jack Meyer, Paul, 10, 11. Why can't you do the Vikings against those? Just do it live like this? Because you got to do it when the UFCs are live, right? On your home. The UFCs, that means they're the biggest contributors to the ownership. Charles Dilly Hunt says, Purple Crown and number 2 up. Should we keep going for another 15, 20? It's up to them. We're here for you guys. It's up to you guys. Another 15, 20. It's up to you guys. 20, 12. What do you guys want to do? If you guys are good, I'm good, but I'll keep doing these all day. Are they? We see the transfers. Your Jock Hybrid skipped my question. Sorry for upsetting you or something. Not at all, dude. I'm trying to keep up with it. I'm sorry if I missed it. Fire back up. Make sure I answer your Jock Hybrid. Gemma Spoon Joe does why you have that first hand. Fits it by the 4 facts. Stephanie Combs got in the line. Damn, what is going on here? Dice Game Network. We bring back Calvin's Fight Command and Austin Fight Command. Yeah, I promise you we will do a fight Austin Fight Command. I should have. Kevin said it's a girl thing, trust me, I feel it. Shane Sutton, 76-1. If Connor beats Max, Gage beats the other. Connor's just that's next for pretty sure it's Charles They say yes, keep going. Zeb says, yeah, I love this movie. This is great. Be here till 7 p.m. Be here shit. We'll go another 20, right, kids? And I'm back Friday. Dude, I thought this was no fucking terrible. Dice Game Network says, just stay here until UFC 250. Punk, Red Knight, we're playing again for your sleeves. Done. This one's done. I'll probably leave this. I'll get my legs done. At least one leg. I just gotta find time, man. I wish they had we could just go in your legs. I would have and DK started with no, everyone's been pretty cool with sometimes you get a little competitive when they say Tiger's up to bat if Tiger's pitching, which that's his thing, he's pitching, and then like this kid out. I get into the gym for their kids. I never take it personally. Nolan Snyder 8861. So did Armin actually bet on Justin getting in trouble, or is it fake news? It seems like a little fake news. Right? They're using the betting apps and all that shit. Friday's live. Are we expecting early like today or late after work? Early, man. I'm early. 11 works for you guys. So you guys tell me if 11 works for you, that's right. 5 rounds. Yeah, I've heard Arms is 5 rounds. Pretty good source. After show, BL says people do TikToks live while they're fucking sleeping. Dude, can you imagine watching somebody sleep? Like if you're seeing those like super hot chicks that are like lingerie.
Like this guy.
You can watch me sleep. It's just farting shit. BB Greg, living the live B and Jen. Wow. Karen B. True family fighters, I'm sure will find out. Andrew Figueroa. For real, people pay me haters because of you guys are true. No pun intended. Maybe you guys are kicking. Maria G says we ride at 11 on Friday. American flag. My thing is that's not terrible. Do I just wear this for every live show? Just wear the same outfit for every live show? And I do have a Joe Freddie Freeman American jersey. Brad and at 6625, we're going to let some of you see what you think could be a shitty back end of the year because all the stars have to fight lineup soon. No, there's enough. Like, listen, it's not like the old days, but I still think once a month. Alan Snyder 8861, who's your favorite comedian? I love Theo by Cat Williams. Favorite all time for me. What's my Theo's my favorite. Big fan, kind of cringe anymore. I can see how people are getting a little cringy for it. Not all views are good views. Like doing too many live streams, like okay, we got it. But I've seen some people love it, so it's clearly working. Is Jim gonna have a few beers at the White House card? That's Brad at 6625. Maybe. That's a yes. Charles Hunt, don't be surprised you got real fans there. Diving to your content, really great commentation, very small portion of love, which you can't fan up here. A lot of things, but Dice Game Network, what are your favorite matchups on 250? By the way, I think you have more shows than that. 19, where Derek posted, and those were the days. I do have to tweet. Number one is probably Poton. Zero Don. It's such an X factor. We don't know what Poton's going to look like, so that's what I'm just curious about. Garcia and Lopez, fucking banger. Bo, they got a sneaker. I'm good for Bo. Yeah. There's not a bad fight on that card. It's all fucking good. I'm sure because I just saw AS. Yeah, those things are good for you. Cameron Moses are going hard. Get it. You guys are just nice. Rather than 9-3-3-1, Adam will give himself a little kitty power to have that. So, he needs to walk out to the Team America song and be legendary. I guarantee you there's restrictions on songs. Peter Jr., 29, keep up. Good softball one and all. Their softball team's amazing. The baseball team's fucking great. I take my jokes to the baseball game because we call giants and stuff like that. So I love all Texas sports, which is weird. We're not in the same conference now, so my brother still hates them. So you have to go to the games and do with fans. But I love 55 since you were armed. I fell off and threw you right off the mat. Yeah. I get it. I'm an Armin fan. He's a stud. But to stream it, it's a lot. But again, he's right and crushed it. Kevin says, honestly, if you dabble in fish, you should really consider 24/7 live stream channel with fish. Leave that on for our animals. Our people that watch my fish shows, those arowanas were fun to watch. 24/7 just fish. You just ate cameras. Just me, you and enjoy leaving. Two gyms I go to here. One I go for me and my kids. Kids out. So like that. I'm sure if Alex is in here, we'll be fighting other people too. Get bigger is not the answer. He needs to be lean. There's also some guys in their bodies that you might be fighting with real cut weights. The Oakley's like 242 and then cuts down to 230 just to get into that. There's more stuff I think to do more of the AI fight promotions like the shit was fire. looks good. The promotion is picking up now. Like I posted one of my story on the UFC White House. It's guys. What's the pacing going to be like on the card? It's only 7 fights. And I think starts at 3 to 4 like presentation. So what's the pacing like? They could get a little bit. Nolan Snyder, 88-61. What's it like being around Joey Diaz? Joey Diaz is all of your favorite uncles and aunts. He's so loving, so funny, so kind. He doesn't tax, he only calls. He's such a great guy. Chuck Rebel, this is the first YouTube channel I've ever paid for. A lot of I literally thought two promotions. Rafi, Kara, 933 so she walk out some American can just say, again, they're going to be water in those walkout scenes. Kevin says, damn, it's just me to be watching the fish. And I can just live stream the fish. What are we going for? Hour 5? Hour 10? 5 more minutes. Fire away if you got them. Either way, I will see you Friday at 11. Friday at 11. We didn't really promote this thing, did we, Jim? I don't know. This is so cool, man. So cool. Some of you guys' names are crazy. Whenever we make YouTube channels, it's always Brad Hannon 6625. We watched Tommy First, Eddie Hall on Saturday. What's your prediction? Listen, Eddie Tommy Fury does a little bit away with his box elbow, especially early. Sam says, what's the best fight Cal can take in the UFC right now? Jonathan Patterson, 54-6. Let's say you're given an MMA God power for one dream card, any fighter, any area. I think this one you put on. Wow, dude. I do Fedor in his prime versus Frank Mir in his prime. I'm talking prime. Krokop, Brandon Couture in the primes. Drew Castle catch, coach. We put it on the field, left field. Let's hit it out there. Dude, if you can't catch, get the ball, toss it up in the bed. Thought I might kill him. So check out. It's like 6 years old, dead hot flies. Touch him, high five. Those balls and high five because they're sharing the ball. That's all it is. Nolan Snyder, 8861. Head back to work. It was awesome. Your answer. Watching. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, dude. Have fun on that work. Dean Lawyers, 6475. Welcome to around. Thanks, Bill. Thanks for the live. You got it, man. And G, I watch the fish. All I do is eat them. Caribbean, I'm the same. First job I've ever set up. What the fuck is going on? After show, be able to go now, we're going through more changes and slipping out slowly. No, I still support the guys, love those guys. I'll be in and out. I'm just trying to do more of this and my other stuff. And since I got to zoom in, it sucks for me. It's their show, I feel like I'm getting out. So, Ricky says also the YouTube I paid for. You guys are insane. I love you guys. Dice Game Network, when do you think a focus matchup how does it play out? As a massive 49ers fan, as a Stanford fan, I love Hogan. Being a football player, I was rooting for him. I just think he applies pressure and doesn't stay in reach that big right hand from here. Takes him down out to TQ. Just rally again for companion pod. Yeah, I love rally. Peter Jr. 2099. How often do you watch boxing? Watch the Bam Rodriguez fight this weekend. Last dude from San Antonio. Listen, Bam Rodriguez, gangster. He's so talented. I only have so much time, especially the kid of sports. So if it's not MMA, I'll usually catch it. Sunday, or that's why we get so early, so I have time to watch stuff. So I'll catch like when I work, I can. Well, Stoner, please do this more often so we can show love, man. I guess we deserve it, I think. And try to do this twice a week. Hoppy says, do you think the high level dudes like TJ and Mandas don't like Josh because they made it to the top by letting their hands do the talking? Yeah, I just think, you're spot on. I even asked those guys to have to do that, but they didn't fight. This is a different time now. It's a different time. Hogan was trying to find a fast lane to become the heavyweight champion. He's doing his way. Dealers, 45. I was stressed about the security of the event. I don't want to see my favorite athletes get caught or crossfire. It's a weird time. I agree. It stresses me out too. All the new big round. We are here because we've seen past all the pitches and tags. Well, thank you. To be fair, I give all the hate for back in the day, so I can't. Thank you guys. Tony, like to. Yobi, what's your favorite fast food spot? Matt Hannon 662. Are you and Ariel cool these days? Would love to fight breakdown between you two. Yeah, I mean, Ariel talked. He's like, dude, come on, let's figure it out. But it's gonna be in person. So he was like, ever in New York? No, he's got getting stuff ridiculous. So we'll figure it out. Yeah. He's the best thing. Roco 55 Satan here for the first time. Thanks, brother. After show me all things for this man, let me do no homo. I'll take it, dude. Can it be 140? Definitely looking forward to more live shows. This was great. Damn, the show. We have an hour 15. Women pass. All right, guys. I don't know what the hell just happened. Speaking through this, you guys, this might be the best thing I've ever done. This is fucking awesome. Shout out to Jen for getting this all together. I know it lives a lot. I can't thank you guys enough. I can't believe this went so well. Thank you guys. I love you guys. I will see you Friday at 11. I thought this would be one and done. We're going to keep doing this. It's the best thing I've ever done. You guys are fucking awesome. Big round breakdown. If you're not seeing me talking, just turn the upside down so you can watch that. Love you guys. This mother trucking Sunday, fam. I cannot wait. I know I look ridiculous. Love you guys. So, I will see you Friday at 11 a.m. Central Time. The reason why I do it, I love you guys. Be safe out there. Until next time, I'm Big Brown. I'm out.
That was great.
Was that live stream you've ever seen of it? This motherfucker has 3 hours of content you have to consume today, folks. Really? Yeah. What did you think of that cut, Tony? It was awful. Why? It just wasn't very funny. Nothing about it was funny. It's kind of lame. I do see like Brendan Shaw. No, it's T Fat K, baby. I can sense Unique just making shit right now. Unique's a little tough on him. But that's alright, I understand. I'd be tough on that motherfucker too.
And never. So I can actually watch.
This is really the fight of the kid.
Well, it was kind of quiet. We had this. We're sitting there talking, and then like
Josh Thompson drove all the way from Dallas here.
Yeah.
You're on a bit of a PR tour, my man. I feel like you're all over.
Yes, we are.
You're at Rogan. Where else you been?
I did casual MMA, which is a great show. You gotta hit those guys up, man. She knows them.
Yeah, David's been on our show before. David So, the comedian, Korean dude, tall dude.
Comedian, super funny guy, man.
He knows MMA?
Yes, he knows. Yeah, he knows MMA. But they're casuals. That's the point.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, they're casual.
Where are they out of?
They're in Burbank, right there in the studio, kind of like the area there.
So you flew out there, you started with casuals.
I flew out there, did casuals. I did this girl down in LA, Tracy does. It's like a Hydrate podcast. I met
Hydrate?
Yeah, so she talking about it's a whole long podcast, bro. She does a great job. It's a great production value there.
I mean, you gotta really know your hydration.
She introduced me to this bottle of water that comes from Russia. It's fucking $90 for a liter of water.
That's called a scam, Josh. I'm on board.
I didn't pay for it.
Good $90 from Russia.
Yeah.
So you did the
About those Russians, they're stupid.
Yeah.
So you did casual hydration,
and then I did Dom Cruise.
Oh, Tom Cruise is great.
Yeah, he's great.
Where does he do it down in San Diego?
They're the same. No, they're at the same as casual MMA. They're in the same studio.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's a flip deal that you come.
Oh, you just rent the.
You rent the space, and you come in. They do one show a week or 2 shows a week, and they're killing it, man. They're killing it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that's where Mark starts, right, Chin?
Yeah,
Mark
your
Productions.
very much.
So you did Dom. Oh, that makes sense.
I did 3 shows in like 24 hours. Then I came back.
What are you promoting right now?
Well, so Big John kind of left the podcast.
Okay.
So it's
He's
just
back. The reason he left, though, is because he's back.
Yeah, he's back refereeing.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's going back to refereeing. He's only going to probably ref, I'd say, for probably 3, maybe 4 years, because he's getting close to retirement.
Yeah.
You know, he's just
he was a cop, right?
Yeah, he was a cop in LA. Yeah, I think he did 25 years as a cop in LA.
What made him come back?
You know, you're in the gas industry. The sponsors are kind of hard to come by these days. And we lost 2 of our biggest sponsors back to back when we lost our betting sponsor because YouTube put that little restriction on the betting thing. And that crushed us a little bit. So
for him,
it's a lot of time. You know, we were doing, 4 shows a week, 3 shows a week.
That's a lot.
And plus, the biggest thing for him is that he owns a farm. So he owns a 70-acre farm.
He's in Nashville, yeah.
Right? Yeah, he's right outside of Nashville working on a farm.
He works a farm.
Yeah, he works a farm. So
You know, I'm a little bit of an aspiring farmer.
yeah, are you really? Since you got to Texas,
Hold on, let's stay on track with Big
I
John.
called Catholic about that.
On the farm? So Big John's doing the farm, so for him, it was just a time thing.
yeah, because all day he's feeding cattle, he's freaking chickens. They're chickens. They're making chickens. Like he's got a freaking setup, man. So he's probably got 200-300 chickens a day that he's got to take care of.
So for him, it's just
chicks, like baby chicks. That he's from the beginning.
So for him, it just didn't make too much.
Yeah, so when he can go and do, just going out.
So who do the show now? Like, what was the plan?
Myself. Oh, so no. So what I did is, it's hard to replace John, and he's not replaceable. Let's just be honest. He's not replaceable.
But we still do a show called McCarthy Mondays when there's a rules violation or something goes wrong. So like tonight on Monday, but there was nothing that really happened on last weekend's fights. No. So we probably won't do it tonight unless I'm driving back late. But with John, like we come in, so like the Joe Schilling situation, the Rico Verhoeven situation, I had him on, we talked about it. That's cool. A little segment, McCarthy Mondays with John Morgan, the former MMA junkie journalist. Yeah. So we do Tuesday nights, and then I do it with Alan Jobon. Him and I do a show together. So he's fantastic, and I do it with another buddy. YouTube. So I just have a plethora of stuff that we're talking about. So I get it. You know, and we all have our different views. So like Angelo he's very like he's been in it. He's used to manage fighters, he managed Nick Newell and these guys. But he's got one of the best betting platforms on YouTube, right? Where he's viewing it different. Yeah, he's viewing it way different. Yeah, but he's also a little rough to the fighters, and I'm like, hey, brother, like we got disrespect. I'm friends with these guys. Yeah, 100%, yeah. You might see him. Yeah, to him, it's And also, so it's funny is because I just took him to the Roth Wrestling. We got media credentials. They talk shit, throw him on now. He's standing right here, buddy. Yeah, say something. Go ahead, say something. He's, oh well, you know. So that's always been my thing about like just being on a podcast with a platform, like it borders on disrespectful, and I'm gonna have to see them, and then I'm gonna, you know, it just feels like I'm. Yeah, I get it. I could get one of them getting pissed off. And you just got to be careful. It's a dance. Never been disrespectful. No, you've always been good about that. On purpose. It's always like if it's like fighter to fighter, that's fine. We're from the same fraternity. That's when you're on. It's like a straight journalist who's never fought. I'm like, I disagree with you. I get more flack from the fighters when I have something to say about. Oh no, don't get it twisted. Okay. 100%. Well, because we're fighters. So if you say you're going to fire back is to nature. What I'm saying is, when it's fighter, that's fine. We're in the same fucking lane. That's fine. You paid your dues, I paid. You can critique me. I critique. We can go at it. There's all good. It's when it's a journalist who's never fought before, and I see them like, you know, calling a guy a piece of shit or a coward or making fun of his cardio. Yeah, I'm like, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm like. You can be a journalist and you can say something like, "It looks like he's not the same fighter," or you can like, you can make observations, right? But it's when people say things like you just said, like when it's disrespectful to me, I cringe. It's like, bro. It's so hard to be that person. A. Smith, who kind of blew it up to this point, like when he ridicules like LeBron James. When he did Cowboy Cerrone that night, it looked like he didn't want to be in there. Rogan was doing UFC. That was just, he doesn't know the sport. I know, but I'm saying just as athletes in general, just like that's kind of like then casuals see it. And then you have online where everybody has a voice, so that's where it comes from. Right, but I think at least was a sports writer, and it's been his job his whole life. Doesn't matter. But he's good. He's good. Like no, it doesn't. You're missing the point. He never played the sport. Doesn't matter. It does. No, but you're allowed. No, because you know, sports writers can be very good observers. Right. You can't. So you're saying like you can't like this or he's not this or man he's not clutch. That's so weird. Right. You have the take that you should be able to speak on anything, even if you didn't. I don't, mainly because I think. So if you're a journalist, if you're a sports journalist, like you may have really good observations. Some people are just really good. They're coach level. They're great coaches. They're great teachers. So what you can do there is you can say something like this, like you go, he seems to choke every time the playoffs show up. So when Alex Rodriguez, whenever a journalist would be pretty harsh on his performance. It seemed like he just wouldn't deliver, and then that was just all they were doing was recognizing a pattern. And when you don't take into account already how hard it was to get there and maintain. Like when you're a professional athlete and you make it to the big show like UFC, it was so awesome. They said that game when what's his name hit the home run
Yeah, he hit the home run right there. I was with Kevin Bay, and Kevin was like, I think he's going to hit a home run because I wanted to leave.
He's a savage.
He goes, hold on, you fucking cat.
Cali kid.
Dude.
Harvard Westlake kid.
Oh, he was?
His parents were actors.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
This kid's a stud.
Super stud.
I mean, 2 home runs in the game. But, like, already when you're there and to hear people screaming about, we need another pitcher, you get out there and all that. Like, if you're a journalist saying that, if you're a journalist and you're not, at least has to be a modicum of respect for the person.
I think most do it right. Most are pretty good. Especially in the MMA space. Most are, listen, the people that are good.
No, I would agree on that. Yeah, but they also have ways of, it's almost like a backhanded compliment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You could also, but there are journalists, like, I'll say it a lot of times, I'll look at somebody and I'll go, they're never going to be a champion. It's not going to happen. And that's just an observation. I don't have to have fight on a high level or anything, but I can see that.
Well, it depends. If it's like a young prospect and you say that, it's like, okay.
No, I'm talking about.
But it was like an older dude, like 3-fight lose.
Or just you see somebody and you see, like, I think I said that about Patty Pimblett, who I love, and I have a lot of respect for, but I can look at Patty and I just think the competition is too stiff. Like there's just a difference in technique. It just looks like.
Well, I said this, like we all love him. I said, yeah, like he reached the top of the goal. Thing that .01, like he did it, reached top mountain. Now it's down.
It doesn't get easier for him.
No, like it just. But
let me ask you guys a question.
That's not disrespectful. That's just the game. Yeah, right. Like just the game. Like, and I hope he doesn't see it like, oh, what the fuck, John? No, you're still a badass. Yeah. I'm just saying, as far as being champion, those days are. That's it.
Well, so let me ask you a question with somebody who like Bilal or somebody at that. I'm not sure how old he is.
He's 38. He's 37. He'll be 38 next
year. So now we're getting to an age, right? Yeah. But sometimes what I'm noticing is that, man, a lot of guys are just standing at mid-distance and trying to box. They're boxing. You see a little kicking, but not a lot.
For Bilal, that's an issue. Grappling guy, you dance, and all of a sudden
so my question, like, I just feel like you have him for 5 fucking rounds, standing at that mid-diff with this kid who's just more athletic. He's just moving really hard.
Better striker. Well, that's my issue with Bo Nickel. Right? I want to shake his coaches. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what do you guys know? Yeah.
Send him to AK. Yeah. Let him learn the fucking Khabib game plan and impose your will to.
Or just a front kick.
Because your stand-up will become a lot better once people fear your takedowns a little bit more. Right. He hasn't got there's no fear of him taking them down now.
No.
Because we know, with years of experience, Mike Van Arsdale is one of the best wrestlers ever.
Yeah. The best.
Like ever. Okay, beat Dave Schultz. He's got Cael Sanderson. He's beaten some guys
for a long time.
Yeah, so he's amazing, right? One of the best wrestlers. At 40 years old, he's in the UFC. 41 years old, shredded. Okay, this I will hold you down. Bo Nickel's in that same area right now. I don't know if he has the control. It's not a dig on him. That's him at 41 years old.
That's ridiculous.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great coach.
But at 40 and 41 years old, he couldn't hold you down. He could take you down at will. Just don't
have that control.
They don't have the jiu-jitsu control that fighters use to get themselves back up. Now, if I said, hey, go out there and just pin him to his back.
No.
Probably
could. That's a coaching issue. To me, that's a coaching issue. To me, that's like your coaches should say, there are certain holes in your game, and everybody has holes in their game. They're holding that. So when you go to practice, there's got to be you're working on things you're not good at. It's got to be plan.
Well, with my thing is he's such an elite wrestler. I just want an octagon for 15 minutes and show us amateur striking. Yeah, because there's not enough hours that day for him to be a world class striker. There's just not. What are you world class at? Fucking wrestling. Yeah. Impose your will, break the guy down, and shot after shot after.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, kind of expose some of his conditioning and cardio as well. Again, wrestlers, they have a tendency when they get into the UFC or when they get into bigger fights, and the fight goes longer than 6 to 10 minutes. They're gassed. Yeah. Because they're knowing that it's like 6 minutes hard.
There's also nothing more tiring than shooting.
That's why. Lift, scoop.
There is
that's why you'll remember that.
doesn't it also? Well, just one of these always been run for an hour and a half. They'll literally keep their heart rate at a certain.
Yeah, yeah.
So that you're so aerobically conditioned now. It is a balance, right? It's a balance.
Yes,
Because
strength. It's not a marathon. Cool, you're running at an 8-mile pace.
Well, I guess like by people on Tour de France, there's this thing where they keep their heart rate at a certain area, like for a long time.
Yeah. But when you think about that, you're like hours. They gotta go for hours.
Yeah, so like what I cardio for fights, right? I would do 40 minutes, keeping it at 160 and above. So you run for 40 minutes, keeping your heart rate at 160 and above.
There you go.
Right? Yeah. And then when you get done, you want to try to get your heart rate down as you walk around.
And so that you're when you're in training and you're practicing, you're not winded after 5 rounds.
Yeah, you're gonna be winded no matter what, but it's just about recovery.
It's a recovery in about 1 minute.
Yeah,
1 minute.
And then also being able to maintain and perform.
Just train
fatigue.
But the part of the problem is that what got Bilal to the dance was that mid-distance boxing. Like he had a lot of success. It was also his wrestling, right? Really?
I disagree. Yeah, I believe what got into the dance was the pressure, and making it a dirty, grimy fight.
Yeah.
For him to have success, he needs to fight you in a pocket.
Then his corner has to say,
try not to be too critical of the corners either. They might have been like, yeah, you can't do. That's all we did.
Yeah.
And then he went in the fight and felt like he was, fights if you doing it different than we are on the outside. So he might be like,
so he's also a pretty sneaky jiu-jitsu guy. Maybe there was.
Well, let me throw this out to you because I posed this question to Alan Joe yesterday on my show.
How's he doing?
He's doing great.
Handsome son of a bitch. Handsome son of a bitch.
I get so pissed off.
With that him
and Sexy Yama gotta be 1 and 2. Yeah, and then Luke Rothschild 3.
By the way,
not bad.
I'm almost 50, but
No, you're. Listen, I'll be the first to say you're a handsome kid. You're 5'10". I know, Josh, and I know that stings, and that's.
You're also 5'10".
I am, and that's why I know
he's
a lot of
He's speaking from a place of experience.
Strong. He's a looker. The kid's a looker.
Yeah, Josh.
You're not getting a lot better looking, but at the end of the day, if somebody's
if they do a Hall of Fame week for most handsome,
he's
on now.
You're a big cutie.
Only because of his size.
Well, he's got.
If he was 5'10", we wouldn't give him a second one.
No, that's true. But he's got the hair. He's got the full mouth.
He does.
He's a good look. Girls, I call him hungry eyes because girls love him.
Yeah, because he's 40, 6'3",
6'4", probably. 6'4", 6'5". Hey, hold on. Okay,
and that's what they see, right? I'm not walking around a club.
It still took 7 feet.
But who's walking around barefoot?
Yeah, right.
On the beach.
I got you on that. But that's the thing. So you got to get him in there. He's definitely.
I'm horrible, man.
100%. Thompson's an absolute cutie pie. But in this dating profile, a lot of girls are swiping the other way because you
thought I was the best looking guy in MMA.
Well, that's it. That's it.
I was good.
Was that after a knockout, though?
What do you mean?
Like, did she get knocked out and then say that?
I don't know when she said it, but it didn't matter to me.
I get it. Girls, you're handsome. I've said it many times. Now, how tall is he?
It's not that hard.
It's like being hot in the WNBA. It's like, okay. Like you're the hottest softball chick. Okay.
That's right. Well, how tall is Jovan? Tell me. That's a game.
He's a good-looking dude.
Well, but he was a
Versace model. Actually, he was Versace.
Luke Rothschild was fucking
Tommy Ralph Lauren.
When Luke is a legit 6'3".
Yeah, he is.
And it doesn't get better looking. Well, listen, when you want a really good quality sweater or a piece of clothing, but you don't want to pay a fortune, why don't you go to Quince? Okay, I've got a cashmere sweater. I've got a long sleeve.
Dude, I got their soft tee. It's the best. And summer's here, man. Summer's here, and you want pieces that feel lighter, more breathable, things that are easy but still put together. That's where Quince comes into play.
$34. Okay?
Bro, you have the barbecue.
They cut out the middleman.
Yeah, man. Everything at Quince is priced 50 to 80% less than similar brands. All right.
So elevate your summer wardrobe. Go to Fighter for free shipping on order and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada too. That's QUINCE.com/fighter for free shipping. 365-day returns. Quince.com/fighter.
Luke's my boy. He's such a sweetheart. I love the best. He's such a sweetheart. Yeah, but when his hairline goes, it's over. Oh, and it's almost there.
Yeah, it's almost there.
It's fine. It's not hair loss. It's like facial gain. Yeah, he's just gaining more face as it goes back. That hair is just gone. I don't know. Bring him up. He's light. It's a little light. That myself. Hold on to it. When he gets a hair transplant, forget.
Well, he could go to Turkey all day.
Get the Turkey Tucha. Listen, this kid is.
He's starting to go.
I think he went and did get something done though for his hair, which kills it.
Yeah, he's just shredded all the time, and he's a fun dude. He's the funnest. Yeah, he's the best. Almost too much fun.
He's trouble. Go back. Look at all that. He's 42 years old. That's why he looks like that. Yeah. Swipe right. There you go. There's the next reel. The next reel is like just BBC 157, like Chester Moreland. It's got all this stuff. Bunch of shit. I can't even imagine. Yeah, that's a lot.
I mean, you see how he's just legitimately 6'3".
When you live this lifestyle, though, this is a fun lifestyle. This is a fun lifestyle. I walked in. I was 40. What? 41 or 42.
It's time to eat bubble. You know.
I walked in about 10 years ago. My first wife.
Is that like a twin?
Yeah, well, my first wife was a big, beautiful. And she walks in, she was with her very hot model friends in New York. And I walk in with Tarek and Luke. And Luke is wearing a polo shirt with white pants, a blue polo shirt with loafers at 6'3". And I've never seen my wife instinctually and I walk in. You know what I mean?
She's salvaged.
And she goes like this. She just goes, "Oh, he's cute." And looks right at her friend who was single. She goes,
yeah.
I was like, that's the reaction.
Yeah, that's reality.
That's the friend that was 100% in the mix.
And a positive attitude.
Oh, gorgeous. Yeah.
The thing, Luke was such a good fucking fighter.
He was.
So
fucking good.
I remember I went to AKA and just watched him take, like, NCAA champs, like 185 pounds, just wreck them, just tying people up.
Are you excited for Sunday?
I am. I'm gonna be in Denver, so I got to film from the hotel.
What's in Denver?
My son, lacrosse. So like they're on the number 5 team in the country. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, he's on the number 5 team in the country for lacrosse. Ball lacrosse, all East Coast.
All the lacrosse on the East Coast. Texas is getting big. Lacrosse getting big in Texas.
Yeah, so SMU right now is in the process of making a D1 team.
Damn, that'd be sick.
Yeah, that'd be sick. So they're trying to beat the University of Texas to it. I hope they do because coming out of the Dallas area.
Yep.
So
down.
So my kid plays for the Texas Nationals.
So you'll miss the.
I'll see the fights. It's on Sunday, so I'm just staying an extra day in Denver. So I can actually watch the fights and then cover it that night.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest show.
Are you guys doing a fight campaign for it?
No, we don't do those anymore.
Why?
It's just, he's always gone. I like being at home. I'm here 5 days a week as it is. Yeah.
Well, if you decide to do it, man, let me know.
Yeah.
I'll make the trip. It's not closer than it was from LA. It literally took me a couple hours.
Fuck you. Who's fighting? The UFC White House card.
The White House card.
I called it on. I go. This is how casual, bro. UFC White House card is Sunday.
Mexico, bro.
Doesn't matter.
I watch it. My nephew's a freak for it.
I mean, UFC White House.
I didn't realize it's crept up.
I don't know if you can watch it.
Oh, I didn't know if
they don't have Paramount in Mexico. I don't know if you watch it.
God,
it's
a big one.
It's a big one.
It's the biggest.
But you never want to.
The question is, does it break 7?
Yes. But it's only because
Super Bowl numbers.
only because
White House. It can't be Super Bowl numbers.
No, it can't because it's
because it's not on Paramount. Then.
It is on Paramount. They're doing. I think they're doing either the main event or doing some portion on CBS, and then the rest is on Paramount Plus.
But only because it's episode.
Surprise! What?
Brian, I want to. Brian,
Netflix numbers?
I need to know.
No, I don't think it beats. I'm saying does around.
Yeah, Brian, how do you feel about this?
About the White House?
At the White House. The card at the White House. How do you feel about it?
How do I feel about the fights? How excited I am, or the card?
About the card.
I think it's in
about
keeping,
the UFC being at the White
House. I think
House.
it's in keeping with America today. I think it's in keeping with what one has to do to get views, and I think it's in keeping with living in a culture where getting views and getting eyeballs.
Is that a product of Trump? Because he's like me, eyeballs. Would do it. Hey Dana, we're boys. Let's put it on at the White House. Insane car.
You know, Luke Thomas is very political.
When you go back, real quick, when you go back, so what is this? Google. So No Easy Freedom 250 is not simulcast across both CBS and Paramount. Here's where you know this is bullshit. The preliminary fights made here on CBS, there are no prelims. Oh yeah. So that's why you gotta be careful with it.
Just through ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always use chat. I don't use Google AI.
But what were Luke Thomas saying? It's political?
Yes, it is political. I mean, it is.
There's no way.
Wait. Okay, so
I don't care that it's political.
You can
actually, I'm going to say something about
it's political.
Yeah.
But if Dana White, if Obama was saying, let's do a fight at the White House, you think Dana would have said no?
Exactly.
That to me is Biden. White's getting dust because Trump and Dana are friends.
I understand that, but let's just put that.
All I'm saying is that's a good thing.
If any president said, "Hey, let's do a fight here," the UFC would have been like, "Yeah, of course, let's do it."
First of all, it's America. It's America. It's patriotic. Is that it's good business? This is a very good business move.
Give me the most watched fight.
So you're going to have serious people that want to see.
It's historic. It's historic. I don't think there's ever been.
I don't want to see it succeed.
It's a historic. It's historically.
I have my issues with it. Don't get twisted. I think it's awesome they're doing it. The whole political thing. If you want to be upset about Trump and politics, do your fucking thing. I get it. As a fight fan, I don't give a flying fuck. It could be. But what is weird is like the oligarchs, like sitting around the cage, the people they decide to have there. That's weird. I don't like any of that. I'm not going to boycott it.
Yeah, but Bubba, can I say something about what Luke Thomas says where it's political? I will also say this. I believe that the left made it political with their attacks on the UFC. For example, when the New York Times was writing about how irresponsible Dana White was for holding fights during COVID.
Good point.
Okay. And Dana White said, I don't give a fuck what some fucking journalist at the New York who's never done a sport and is fake virtue signaling to get some fucking clicks like they do. And it was a time when the press lost their credibility. When a lot of institutions lost their credibility. Why? Home. Okay? There's a lot of shit that went on. And so I believe that most people who weren't political, like Dana White, who wasn't political, became political because his survival at one point kind of depended on his rebuttal, kind of depended on him making a stand. So I would ask, if people think it's a political move, don't know that these people were very political. Until you took their businesses away from them, until you kept their kids home, until you forced vaccine on people that didn't need them, and maybe it went on that your politics came into my life when I was looking, but it's true. Or when my daughter loses to scholarships to the kid who's a boy who worked times, and all of the people who are Democratic operatives or left-wing operatives were supporting. So a lot of this was most Americans living their lives wanting to see a fight. That's a good point. They came on themselves. So that's my rebuttal.
Let me ask you this: what major sport isn't political? Let's go through it. NFL with the whole Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
And racism. There's WNBA. They're could be more political. whole thing's
It's impossible.
How about baseball with the whole, I think it was, it's coming up, the team anticipating it, the whole gay pride month. Do you know this?
What?
They have to wear the gay flag as their logo.
What?
And the Texas Rangers went, nah, we're not doing it.
Yeah.
They're the only team not doing it. So name a
not to be political, but the minute someone like Dana is doing it at the White House and Trump is there, it becomes, it's all.
But you also got to know the history. They're boys. It would be like you, for whatever reason, running as president. I own the UFC, and you're like, buddy, how dope would it be to have a White House?
Oh no!
I'm like, oh, I'm in.
Yeah, and I'm a bad person,
but we're boys. Thank you. There's a relationship before you got president. Of course, it's gonna happen.
Thank you.
That's all right. Let's talk about the fights.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go
Taporia
through
and
the
Justin
fights.
Gaethje. Let's go through Justin Gaethje and Taporia. Did you see Armand bet $1 million on Justin Gaethje to win yesterday?
Who did?
Armand.
Rookie.
What monster? Go back.
I don't think it's terrible either. Now look, let's be honest. I'm not betting $1 million.
I wouldn't bet
for the odds. I would probably throw 1,000 now. Just to be honest, I'd probably throw 1,000. You remember why?
Justin Gaethje could win by head kick.
So he could win my head kick. He could win my uppercut. He could win my leg kicks. He could find ways to make this fight a lot easier.
You know the one fight that I want your. I know what you're gonna say because you don't like this dude. My biggest underdog on the card, where I think he could win,
Never gonna
Michael
happen.
Chandler.
Never gonna happen.
I think they're great striking with bad cardio, worse cardio than Connor. If Chandler can land a takedown early and drag in the second, third round, I think he can win. And he's 100. He's the biggest dog. So out of it,
I'll take it out of it.
they've
Forever.
They've never.
I mean, well,
Bellator days.
Oh, okay. You guys have beef. Okay.
That's
sorry.
I love it.
Little beef for Smurfs. Is that right?
Yeah.
What is he, like 5'6"? So you're talking about beef at 5'10"? He's like 5'6".
He's a short dude.
He is short.
But
He's a legit 5'8".
He's not anywhere near 5'8". No.
I think Chandler's.
Walks. He like runs around on Air Force Ones like he gained 2 inches. He's not tall. He's like 5'6". He might be 5'5".
But the point is, I think he was a plus 100. Yeah, I think he's the most live dog on the card. I think Huffy's so overrated.
So I would agree with you on the fact that like
bad grappling.
Yeah, he cannot grapple. Chandler wrestle. It actually gets.
Well, that's why I said on Big Man Breakdown. I said if he doesn't fight like a frat bro, if he doesn't go out there and try to get the performance of the night bonus going off on a shield, if he fights smart, lands takedowns, he can drag Huffy into later rounds and win it.
But Huffy's striking is
so good, so fast, so elusive.
It's just explosive. But then after that, he gasses out.
I think that he range keep the distance.
That's for my money.
And look,
so you guys are
you're exactly.
It's just
these people, they wouldn't lay these type of odds.
Yeah.
But I understand.
I like. I like where you're at with it because
I think Huffy's so overrated.
Chandler's not going to get tired.